Hello, bankers. A very good evening to all of you. Welcome back. Welcome to another session. I hope I'm clearly audible and visible to all of you. So, quickly join in so that we can start our today's discussion. All right. A very good evening to all of you. Srikant sir, very good evening. Ramaji sir, very good evening. A very good evening to all of you guys. कैसे हैं सब लोग? All good? So here we have already started with our final revision session for June 2026. So today in this particular session, we will be targeting our another module, which is module B, which is all about human resource management, right? So yesterday, ma'am completed the entire stat things. I hope you guys have watched that particular one. The session was almost for 9 hours. And now, similarly, today also, and every day we will be targeting one module each day, then final revision also, right? So when it comes to your human resource management, HRM, the entire process of HRM, if you have elective paper HRM as a HRM, so you will be having dual benefit with this particular session. So here, when it comes to the overall course content, we have fundamental of HRM, what is HRM, and HRM versus HRD and strategic HR. These are the core subtopic under this. Development of human resources, the overall viewpoint around the human resource management, how it generally, with the evolution of management, how it generally got developed. Then we have human implication in organization, employee feedback. Then we have performance management, very important one, conflict again. Then we have HR and integration of technology, right? Durgesh, a very good evening. A very good evening to all of you guys. So quickly join in so that we can start our today's discussion. All good from my side. Audio and video is fine, guys. Yes, chalo. So now when it comes to our, we will be going through all the, like today's session will be around more and more आपका, we will be practicing subtopic label आपका questions. Mostly we will be doing statement based question so that we can target आपका 2 marker and 1 marker questions for the upcoming examination, right? So let's start the session with first topic, which is fundamental of human resource management. So HRM, when it comes to HRM process, the entire process, which is start with HRP, human resource planning, which is all about your making demand and supply analysis, how many people we required and how many people we have. So demand and supply, right? Then if we have आपका, let's say if we have deficit, so we go for the recruitment. If we have surplus, then we go for attrition. So we will after doing some sort of, like those who are underperforming, we will remove them from the team itself, right? So when it comes to then after HRM, the another process in this particular stage is recruitment, where we talk about the job description or job analysis and other kind of things. Then we have selection, which is a negative step in this particular process, where we eliminate आपका the application and we found a right match for the organization, not undervalued, not overvalued. After selection, we do the placement of employees. Then आपका training and development. Hope you remember the differences between these two. Then आपका, apart from this, we have appraisal, we have succession planning, or आपका many other areas which generally comes under the entire process itself. So HR, the overall things about the HRM, we have human resource management and HRD, human resource development, which is a subsystem of HRM itself, right? Then HR professional and their role, strategic HRM, that is when it comes to strategic HRM, it is all about like basically where HR is generally aligning the goal of your like let's say if you it is linked with the your strategic things, like let's say if we are doing some sort of strategic planning, entering into a new market, launching a new dynamic product. So as per the organizational goal, your HR team which make sure ki we have availability of the personnel. So that is your strategic HR. Then development of HR function in India, that is the another one, right? So we will be quickly going through all the important areas. So this, which get asked many times in examination also, the function of HRM from the developmental perspective based on Parekh and Rao 1981. So Parekh and Rao in their book, they generally define HRM as a development function. So the major role of HRM is supportive role. So where we include strengthening the operation and executive level, considering organization strength, role of system development in research, developing आपका system to address the people, their problem and organizational dynamic, continuation of traditional personal functions. Then we have managerial role. So as a managerial role, we perform as a planning, manpower, recruitment, placement, motivation and integration, performance assessment and potential evaluation. We have planning, growth and individual. Then we have role of developing competence for the specific skill set required in other areas. So we have developing technical, managerial and processing competence. Then we have helping employee core with organizational demand. As a process role, we generally enabling the organization to respond to the changing environment, developing coping skills and thus diagnosing the organization problems and taking corrective action. So sometime in your examination, Parekh and Rao that generally get asked many times. So this will help you in that particular case, right? Now, then another subtopic which is bit important from this particular one is your strategic HRM. So what is strategic HRM? The basic areas which we talk around. Strategic HRM is like, let's say, if an organization is pursuing some goal, they are making some sort of changes in their overall business, like especially when we follow the strategic change, the bigger label change, right? So let's say we are entering into neo banking business vertical, or we are fully automating the operation things and all involving high tech, high end technologies and others. So accordingly, we will be requiring personnel or peoples, those who can handle those kind of responsibilities. So if organization is planning that transition in next 6 months or 1 year, so HRM department which make sure ki we have availability of peoples during that particular period. So that is generally known as ki how HRM or your HR department is aligning their personal goal with the organizational goal. So that is something which generally comes under this particular, the core meaning of your strategic HRM. The strategic HRM integrate HR strategy with the business strategy to make the HRM more effective. The purpose is align HR activities, internal or external, with the business planning. Recognize HR as a vital for the long-term business and strategic corporate planning. So we include like linking HR to the business strategy, improve business performance. We have critical आपका service oriented organization, helping employee आपका involvement and proactive HRM. Proactive HRM means basically where we are like when it comes to the proactive HRM. So this is something ki how we are aligning how we are fulfilling the future needs and others, that generally comes under this particular one, right? So these are some important subtopic. I have kept the other notes also. So while you revise things आपका, please do consider this PDF as a part of your final revision. All right, चलो. So now let's start our first practice. ठीक है? So the first question on your screen, guys. And here we will be, our motive is revision. So we will be practicing only statement based question. I'll give you some questions in the PDF so you can revise with the help of those particular one. And please do not get scared with these kind of statement based areas. Those who are facing for the very first time, this is the reality. Mostly आपका 50-60 questions will be similar to this, right? Especially when it comes to subject like HRM or where we have static आपका data and others, right? So which of the following statement regarding the HRP, recruitment, training and development in modern banking organization are true? So what will be your correct answer for this particular one? Everyone, guys, try. Now this is the time you cannot skip आपका, हाँ? So this is the, if you guys having any doubt, any queries, you can mention into the comment section. I'll try my best to help you out with those particular cases. But this is the time now, like we are in exam B, so where you have to have participate in these kind of things, huh? So if, when once you will participate, now you'll remember the statements, aapka, right? So Srikant sir and Shruti ma'am, Sarah sir, Ramanji sir, Durgesh sir, everyone is saying option C. Human resource planning primarily focus on balancing the internal and external demand for employees in alignment with long-term organizational objective. Recruitment in bank is limited to filling the existing vacancies, does not consider future, it does. Then we have psychometric testing is often used in banking recruitment to assess the behavioral trait, attitude, and the आपका suitability of candidate, especially when it comes to SBI PO recruitments and all. You'll see these kind of आपका areas. And then we have next one, modern banking training system are increasingly shifting in classroom based teaching to blend and आपका experiential learnings model through the e-learnings and the job rotation. The next one is your training and development in bank are designed to one-time activity. No, it is a continuous activity, and even especially when we launch a new things or if there is new guidelines and others through the compliance part. So we generally work around this. 134 means आपका option C 100% will be right answer for this particular one, right? Warm up question will increase the speed also. Next one, guys. Yes, very good, Tanmay sir. And other people also. We can answer here, but not able to mark correct in mock test. Acha. Okay, Srikant sir, how come? Here I'm just giving you a reference. Maybe that is the only reason. Now I'll not suggest even mock test. Okay. I have kept all the questions आपका related to your आपका like subtopic wise question in this PDF. So with the help of PDF, if you plan your revision, I'll take one session around the all concept summary also just after completing this series. So that will help, and I'll share this PDF so you can keep that particular one handy. So that will help you आपका a day before of examination also to revise things and all. So human resource in bank are correct. So when it comes to this, modern HRM in bank is increasingly expected to function as strategic partner contributing directly organizational profitability, not merely administrative support function. Second one is a concept of HRM. Contemporary banking has completely eliminated. No, this is wrong. Performance management system in bank are being redesigned to include the developmental feedback along with the objective evaluation of employee performance. Then next one is technology adoption of HRM has enabled reduction in the hierarchical layers and support the faster decision making, that is EHRM, that is generally known as. So recruitment autonomy granted to individual bank has reduced the ability to institutions to design workforce आपका strategies aligned with the local business need. Recruitment autonomy granted to individual bank has reduced the ability of institution to, it should increase आपका actually, ठीक है? So that is also wrong. 134 means आपका option B will be right answer for this particular one. Correct है? Easy one, I guess, right? Next one. So employee policies primarily function as a result rule and should remain unchanged to ensure consistency across the organization. No. So we have, like, with the changing environment and even today also, like individual having some sort of aspiration with the organization. So we should try to kind of convert the individual interest toward the organizational one, but we cannot have rigidity in the system itself, right? So human capital differ from the organizational resources because its ownership always remain with the individual and cannot be permanently transferred. True है. The human capital are most dynamic part. Human are the most important part of any organization. System theory, which generally says this, and managing human beings is one of the toughest job, right? So because they have emotional element also. Effective employee policies help in reducing the organizational conflict and ensuring equitable treatments among the employees also. True. So next one, in knowledge economy, human capital is considered a key driver of value creation and competitive advantages. Yes. Nowadays, human-centric organization or knowledge management or the other areas which generally support this statement. Organization typically reflect the full value of their human capital directly by the financial statement as intangible note. Okay? So it is not only your आपका human capital of their financials, not only financial, even it is very tough to disclose the money impact of the human beings in the financial statement. 2, 2, 3, 4 means option B should be right answer for this particular one. Correct, guys? Everyone, if you're having any doubt related to any statement also, please do let me know so I can help you out with this. Which of the following statement regarding the HR transformation in strategic human resource management are correct? Strategic HRM, and you have to find out the correct one. So strategic HRM is nothing. It is like when we go for the planning, ABFM, I hope you read this one. So we have three level of planning. One is strategic planning, tactical, and आपका operational. Strategic goal are basically which is aligned with the organization mission and vision statement. So if we are integrating something in the business, or if we are planning for any sort of transition and transformation in the business, so accordingly, we will be having human resource requirement. So let's say your business, we are for the security concern, we are involving blockchains in the system. So now we need some people who know about the blockchain technology and others. So that is as simple as that, right? So HR transformation can achieve simply by designing HR services such as payroll and this. That is not related to the strategic HRM. Strategic HRM focus on aligning HR practices, policies and practices with organization strategy to achieve the competitive edge. Then we have horizontal fit in the strategic HRM, refer to alignment between different HR activities such as recruitment, training, and this. True hai, that is a horizontal fit. A key recruitment of the HR transformation integration of HR practices to create value for the multiple stakeholders. That is also true. Strategic HRM primarily treat employees as operational resource without strategic involvement. That is completely wrong. 2, 3, 4 means option A will be right answer for this particular one. Correct? Eh? Easy one, I guess. Right? Next one. Okay, one more question around the strategic HRM. Very good. Aapka Monty sir and Tanmay sir also. Very good. Everyone. So which of the following regarding the strategic HR management practices are correct? Now we will increase the speed also, huh? Because we have to cover, anyhow, we have to cover this entire module in today's session only, right? So though it will take 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, no worries. One session, one day, but full coverage, right? So today is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Till Wednesday, Thursday, we will complete everything. So we will get aapka 1 or 2 days for the revision also. So when it comes to effective HR planning, require forecasting both manpower, demand and supply while aligning with them organizational strategic plan. Selection process focus on evaluating candidate after they have already joined the, it is after selecting is basically the second stage after the recruitments, a negative step where we eliminate people those who are not job fit or even those who are under and overvalued. So the next one is your training effectiveness is best measure only by employee satisfaction immediately after the completion of. It is not only आपका employee, it should be the role also, right? So the measure we generally take after the training, so their efficiency got increased or not and other kind of things. So business performance is also very important. So performance management system should clearly define expected output, measurement criteria, link individual role to organizational goal. True है. A reward system aligned with the business strategy can contribute to improve organizational, financial performance and competitive edge. So 145. 145 means option B will be right answer for this particular one. Very good, guys. Well done. Next one. So organization can replicate process and people. We can replicate process, but we cannot replicate people, right? So this is wrong. Human resource is a dynamic element, unlike passive infrastructure resource. Implementation of strategies is often slow down to human resistance and mindset. Implementation of strategies is often slow down the human resistance and the mindset if you are strategically managing things up, right? One size fit all approach work effectively across all organization, even none nowadays. If you talk about the recent one size fit is आपका that contingency theory, which is based on the contingency theory of management, Fred Fiedler's, ठीक है? So no one size fit to all. So for every specific situation we require a tailored solution. So human affairs in organization are influenced by both emotional and external socio factors. Yes, 235 means आपका option A only will be the right answer for this particular one. Very good, guys. Next one. So consider emerging new role of HR professional under the strategic HRM. So under strategic HR professional are expected to function in isolation, not in isolation, open system. The traditional HR role focus on being reactive and primarily pro employers, 100% true. The line manager are expected to act as local administrative. As a branch manager, you act as a local HR administrator, right? So the leave application and other things, which is handled by you only, right? Pro employer means the traditional one was why it was pro employers, because like it is something key. First of all, it was mostly around the administrative job, and that was something which is like whatever the employer is saying, we are following, we are making the guidelines accordingly. But nowadays it is mostly it is pro employee, okay, the modern one. So option B should be right answer for this particular one. Correct hai? Next one, guys. So which of the following statement regarding the evolving expectations from HR management in banking sector are true? So modern HR management in banking focus only on recruitment and payroll administration. Strategic function are handled entirely by the operation department. This is wrong. Competency mapping and succession planning are considered essential tool for ensuring leadership continuity, dynamic and banking this. So basically when it comes to competency, that machine learning or the blockchain example, when it comes to succession planning, it is all about, like, let's say if some आपका leaders are leaving the organization, so who is next, who is going to handle that particular profile? So basically what we do, we generally train or develop the people within the organization so they can handle that particular work effectively without any deviation, right? So integration of HR strategies with business strategy is critical for improving organizational adaptability in competitive financial market. Performance-based promotion system are increasingly replacing the seniority-based system in several banking, especially the private one. Human capital factors such as skill, knowledge, and attitude have limited impact on the banking. No, they do आपका impact broadly, right? 235. 235 means option C should be right answer for this particular one. Correct, guys? Very good. Well done. Chalo. So next one. Okay. So next unit. So this first unit was all about the introduction of HRM and HRM in banking system, right? Now the another one which we have, development of human resources. So we have HRD as a subsystem, important part. Yeah. We have learning and development, attitude development, career path. We have self development, talent management, succession planning. So these are the subtopics which are generally part of this one. So mostly the topic is around HRD and subsystem of HRD, right? So the component of HRD basically. Then we have job analysis, which include description and job specification. We have learning and development. We have attitude developments, career path. We have self development and interpersonal skills. Then we have talent management and succession planning. So this is mostly around the overall development of human beings in an organization. So when it comes to HRD, so HRD is a broader, like when it comes to human resource, one is your training, another one is development. Training is all about which generally make people as a job fit, right? So like how to perform that assigned job, that kind of skills which we generally develop through the training. But when it comes to development, it is not related to that specific job. It is all about the overall grooming of that particular person within the organization. So HRD is a continuous and planned process to help employees in acquiring or sharpening their capabilities, develop the general capabilities as individual exploit their inner potential and inner potentials. Then we have develop organizational culture, develop competencies among the team, right? So it include when it comes to subsystem of HRD, the elements kind of which are generally part of the HRD system, learning and development. We have performance, appraisal, feedback, counseling. We have appraisals, career planning, human organizational development, HRIS, human resource information system, talent management, and succession planning. So these are the core elements of your HRD things, right? So HRD is kind of when it comes to the overall HRD system, it is all about the overall development of human beings in that particular organization. How organization is planning these kind of things, that generally comes under this one. So first we have job or role analysis. Job analysis is basically which include your job description and आपका job specification. So after doing that HRP, human resource planning, so let's say we need some people, we need people, a set of people with this different kind of skill set in others. So like let's say we need a branch manager. आपका job description is all about we are hiring for a branch manager, and specification is the skill set required to manage that particular one. Like let's say we need a person having 5 years or 7 years experience in banking. Like let's say SBI is hiring for trade finance person. So trade finance manager is the profile, आपका job description, which include आपका job title, responsibility, qualification in this. Then when it comes to your specification, now they have mentioned ki we will be requiring this kind of skill set, a person having आपका certifications in forex or mandatory certification in forex, आपका person having like those who have perform those kind of job earlier, they'll get preferences or experiences and all kind of things, which generally comes under your areas. So it help in recruitment, selection, performance evaluation, promotion, and appraisals. So job evaluation, one another terminology we use, which is a relative worth. Okay? So relative worth of job in an organization to establish the fair wage structure. Okay? This branch manager, how much they generally contribute to the organization, and what is the areas which generally handled by them, right? So that is something which generally comes under this particular one. One another thing aapka from this, now we have job description and job specification. So this differentiation is bit important. So I'll suggest to everyone, please go through this particular one at least once and do revise this. So when it comes to job description, it is aapka identification, job title, alternative suggested title, department, definition of the job or further explanation, duties performed by the heart of the job description, list of all activities, supervision given and received, their immediate head or आपका their subordinates, relation to other job, vertical and horizontal. Then we have machine tools, the resources which will be provided to that particular person to handle that job, work condition. When it comes to specification, educational qualification, professional qualification, experiences, skill set, personality trait, आपका physical makeup, and आपका interest, passion, and the areas of interest which generally comes under this particular one. So another important distinction, this get asked many times, so please do take care around this. Now one another differentiation आपका, which is your learning, we have training, we have development, and we have education. So when it comes to these two, first we will, learning is all about your, which comes from training, development, education. Okay? The overall, the like that personality as a whole, from education, development, training. Education is basically which is most systematic, what we do with the graduation, post graduation things and all, right? Training is making person job fit so that they can perform that assigned job effectively. Development is overall grooming of that particular person. Let's quickly go through these particular one. The acquisition of knowledge, skill, attitude through the experiences, study, teaching. The training, our development and education all involve the learning. When it comes to education, education is more formal way of a way to broaden one's knowledge. Education is often non-specific and applicable for a long term, and especially relevant when person has a little experience in the certain area. Now training is immediately applicable knowledge, skills, attitude. Development is overall grooming, aim for the long term. It is revolve around the broadening or deepening the knowledge, and we are working around that particular one. So that is something what generally comes under this particular. I hope this is clear to everyone. Then we have when we go for the training, so we have systematic approach of training, how we should, or any organization, they should design their overall training things. So like the areas or the question which we generally answer, will training be internal or external? External training is required, or who will administer this one? So steps, how we set the how we decide this systematic approach of training. Training need analysis, in which field, like during the appraisals we also get to know, or if we are coming up with a new product, or if there is some new guidelines from the regulatory point of view or the compliances part, internal or external. So TNA and identification of need, preparation of training plan, then conduct training, then आपका evolution of training program and plan, selection and development of trainers, which generally comes under in that particular area itself, right? So the different areas and their dimension in this particular case itself, right? Now here we have a theory. Okay, so this is evaluating training effectiveness using Kirkpatrick's model. So how we generally evaluate the effectiveness of the training program. Okay, whatever training programs we are running. So if you want to check the effectiveness of those particular one. So there are 4-step model which is provided by the Kirkpatrick. These kind of questions now, the model based things and all, they generally ask in the subject like HRM or wherever, or that management, or wherever you will be having theoretical aspect. So first one is a reaction of employees. So those who participated in that particular training, that is an immediate reaction. Like let's say 10 people who participated in training. So how they generally rate out of 5. So their satisfaction level, the degree to which participant find the training favorable, आपका engaging and relevant in other areas, right? First, second one आपका learning, the degree, how you will get to know, you will be taking a test of those particular employees. So what they learn from that particular one, right? So intended knowledge, skill, attitude, this. Then we have behavior. Now behavior is all about while they are performing those particular job, so that got integrated in their actions or not. So the degree to which participants apply what they learn during the training, आपका that is when they get back to the job. And the final one is result. ठीक है, functional label, the degree to which targeted outcome occurs as आपका result of the training. So we generally follow the different metrics आपका to evaluate that particular आपका training programs and others, right? I hope this is clear to everyone. Now one another theory which is part of our curriculum, that is Sechin's आपका career anchor. So 5 career anchor through Sechin's letter or full model, which is expanded to 8 आपका, right? So when it comes to the overall areas, ठीक है, so this is something related to your attitude आपका, ठीक है. So it is called attitude developments or employee behavior आपका, ठीक है. There must be one chart, I guess I missed that. No, here it is. So it is आपका workplace behavior. So what is organizational behavior? How individual and group they generally behave within the organization. How individual behave within group, how group behave within organization. That is the organizational behavior. Behavior which is like it is something kind of a climate survey of that organization. How they are, how people are interacting with each others. Okay? Or it is not only about people, it is, we have core elements like people, technology, the structure, environment. So these, they jointly make the behavior itself. So now behave, when it comes to human behaviors, it is led by their attitude is led by their personality, and which is led by the perception. The perception is like how we see others, how we make decision about others. So that is something, when it comes to attitude, it is a persistent tendency to feel and behave in a particular way towards some objective or target. So we have emotional component in attitude, we have informational component, and we have behavioral आपका component. So emotional, a person's their own feeling, belief system, or interest in others. Positive, it will impact positive side. Negative, it will impact negative side. Available information, availability of information, and then behavioral. A person tendency to behave in particular way toward the objective based on their emotion and belief system, right? The 4 functional attitude, we have adjustment, the adjustment function where we are adjusting with the environment. Our ego defensive, help defends their self image, and value expression, and our knowledge function also. So to study this particular one in detail, Sechin, who generally come up with this 5 career anchor. So one is technical and functional competence. Individual fall in love with the particular field or function. Their self-concept tied to excelling the specialized expertise and all. They want to become outstanding expert in that particular area. So one is basically their interest-based areas or the functional competence, what we want to achieve. Managerial competence, people who enjoy and motivated by managing others. Early, these are kind of those who are on leadership jobs, similar to that need theory, na? So that is the area. Security, some people, they generally work for the security, sake of security, because they are working with the organization so that they can regularly get the money itself, right? They seek these kind of things. There are people who generally believe in creativity, entrepreneurial creativity, people driven to create आपका something new. Autonomy means like the decision making power when you are getting, right? So we have autonomy, or it is also known as independence. ठीक है? How organization is providing you, or like there are some people who do not want to get interference from the others, right? So individual find organizational life unpleasant or restrictive. They prefer आपका freedom, independence, and avoiding heavy structure in others, which generally comes under this particular one. So self development आपका attitude, and how people's attitude tie up with their job. Sechin's 5 core areas, which generally comes under this particular one. Then another one, we have self development and interpersonal dynamic. So self development is basically everyone, like how they generally walk around their profession, how they generally want to improve their skills and others to achieve some defined objective or goals, or the promotion or anything else. So here we have the areas when it comes to interpersonal need and आपका transactional need. ठीक है? So interpersonal needs, which is defined by the Skud's framework. He included 3 areas. One is inclusion, another one is control, and third one is affection. Inclusion, the need to establish and maintain a satisfactory relationship with people regarding the interaction and belongings. Control, need for power or influence to relationship, or basically command to others. Affection, आपका the teammates. ठीक है? Like we have 3 type of people. One is who get motivated when they are in आपका position of inclusion, and another type when they are in a position of command or control or power, and third one is affection. ठीक है? People, those who love to work with the bigger size of team and others, that generally comes under this. Transactional, which is given by Eric Byrne. So a framework for understanding interpersonal relationship based on 3 distinct ego state. So we have child ego, which is mostly around to avoid the punishment. So child ego is mostly around to avoid the punishment. If we do a wrong thing, we punish. They have that kind of things. So concerned with creativity, curiosity, reaction to others, and adjusting behavior, a more intrinsic behavior with आपका motive of enjoyment. The another one is adult ego, collect information and process it, represent a more analytical and practical orientation, where this in a developing stage or learning stage. Parent ego, which is the person who is experienced now, right? So regulate behavior and nurture more of ethical आपका conscientiousness behaviors influenced by the teaching from the parent and elders itself. So that is something which generally comes under this particular case, right? So please do remember these things. Sometime they'll help you in your upcoming examination, right? So next one, we have your talent management. So when it comes to talent management, the core objective is basically to acquire or to retain and आपका develop. Talent management is basically, it is all about कि like when we have to go आपका sourcing individual with right skill, competence and commitments. Retain आपका retention is always linked with the outperforming employees, those who are performing good, their contribution is at higher side, right? So developing effective retention strategies in highly competitive atmosphere where brand loyalties are diminishing. So this is something like if a outperforming employees is there, or well performing employees, so competitors, they'll try to pose them. So how you are, what facilities you are providing. Basically talent management is कि your organization is providing enough opportunity to that person, so they are staying with your organization. Develop and reward, constantly आपका uncovering the benefit in critical economic areas by making आपका people perform to their highest potential. So keep them motivated and others, that generally comes under this particular one. Okay? So the areas which we generally cover under this one. Next one. Okay. Next we have आपका succession planning. Most probably the last subtopic and very important one. So succession planning is something, as we discussed those theories also, no studies, कि what we found with multiple studies कि only 1.5% of third generation they generally join that same business. Like say, let's say आपका there is a person called X whose parents used to do some like some small business, kirana shop or something else, or like any other business, आपका small manufacturing things and all, ठीक है? Then Y most probably will join them. But when it comes to the kid of Y, let's say A, because of they are getting high education or other facilities and all, so now they have broadened perspective, they want to do something else from this particular. Now after Y, who will head that particular business? We need someone else who can lead that organization. That is, so what we do, we generally prepare आपका peoples within the organization so who can handle those role and responsibilities within the organization. So it is as simple as that. Let's say you are working as a branch manager. Your organization is planning to promote you for something else, like regional manager or zonal head. Now we need someone else who can handle that particular branch, right? So what we will do, let's say we have a team of 50 people. There are few people who having that kind of competence. So we'll start grooming them. Okay, whenever this replacement will require, we will have people in place so that we can maintain the continuity or the same outcome of that particular branch. So a process of identifying and developing new leaders who can replace old leaders when they leave, retire or die. If it refer to the business strategy, companies used to pass leadership role down to another employees or group of employees in this. So replacement is kind of a area where we are get replacing. This is not a pre-planned thing. Focus on narrow and identifying specific backup candidate for a given senior management. But when it comes to succession planning, it is a purpose of constant development of employees to fill each needed role, provide promotional opportunities, and increase the overall adaptability of the experienced and capable employees. Intrinsically link recruitment, training, development as a performance management. So that is something which generally comes under the succession planning. And this is very, very important one. Huh? You can expect one question around this particular one. So please do take care about this. Okay? Chalo. Now let's practice. Screen is visible, right? So which of the following statement regarding training and development are correct? Training become increasingly important when technological advancement alter business operation and competitive practices. True hai, right? If we are integrating something or some new tool in our existing process, so people should get aware about that particular. They should have enough skill to handle that particular tool. Development initiative are relevant only for senior. No, it is for all. Employee in modern organization often seek personal growth and self-development in addition to monetary compensation. Expenditure on training alone आपका guarantee improvements in organizational productivity. No, execution is very important. ठीक है? Only expenditure will not help you, right? Organization change and training need are interrelated and continuously influence each other. Sorry, this is true. 135 means option A will be right answer for this particular question. Correct, guys? Done है? चलो next one. Okay, Sarat sir is saying B, Ramaji sir is saying D, Srikant sir is saying option B. Okay. So when it comes to this question, training primarily aimed at improving the technical knowledge. Therefore, behavioral change is outside its scope. We cannot say आपका like with training also. To they are though this is आपका job specific, but that specific to that job, whatever behavior we require, that we also have to train. Like let's say it is as simple as that. If you are training a person for the customer interaction, so that person will be requiring some sort of manners and others, right? So that behavioral training is also required or needed in that particular case. Employee developed programs such as आपका mentoring and job rotation can help create talent pipeline for the future leadership. Simultaneous, sorry, simulation based learning can assist employee in handling practical and high risk situation effectively. Yes, simulation based means like the real life situation. Okay, we are creating that particular one as pilot get training on that simulation things, the video game all the things. Similarly here also we are creating that kind of things. Training can contribute to reduction in absenteeism and employee turnover by improving morale and organizational attachment. True है. Training system aligned with the organizational objective may support smoother continuity of operation when senior position fall vacant. True है. Again 2 3 4 5. 2 3 4 5 means option B will be right answer for this. Correct guys, everyone? If you're having doubt with any specific statement, please do let me know so I can help you out with this. So HRD, Human Resource Development. So HRD help employee to acquire sharpen the capabilities from the current and future role. The second one is your HRD focus only on improving technical skills for operational efficiency. No, it is beyond the beyond than that. Okay. So the next one is HRD aim to foster collaboration among the employee. True है. Job analysis play a role in implementing HRD subsystem effectively. Yes. The next one is HRD goal include developing superior subordinate relationship and a team spirit. Yes. So two, sorry, 1345. 1345 means option B will be right answer for this particular. Very good, guys. Next one. So, job analysis, job description, job evaluation, and you have to find out the correct one. Job analysis provide both behavioral expectation and strategic importance of job role in alignment with the organizational goal. True है. Job specification is static and cannot be updated. No, this is आपका wrong. It is not. It is dynamic. It changes with the requirements. Job evaluation is primarily concerned with assessing individual employee performance in their perspective role. No, job evaluation is related worth. It is not about the individual performance. So this should be wrong. Functional job analysis qualify job task using scale like data, people, things to drive the objective of the job, right? True hai. The next one is job description focus on what is done on the job, whereas specification is आपका who is suitable for that particular one. Competency based job analysis emphasis in place of underlying personal trait rather than the task, the trait of that person. ठीक है. Comprehensive job analysis process can help minimize role ambiguity and legal risk in the employee grievances handling. True है, right? So means 1 4 5 6 7 1. What you guys suggesting? Option D. 100% true. So option D will be right answer for this particular one. Very good, guys. Next one. Okay. Which of the following statement about learning, training, development, education are correct? Just now we have gone through the areas. The primary objective of development is आपका impart job specific motor skills for immediate. This is about the training. First one is about training. According to Nadar classification, training exclusively target skills applicable to employee present job role. True है. Next one, education in learning and development framework generally categorize long-term applicability and less आपका related to current roles. True है. Next one, segregation of training, education, development activities reduce ambiguity by aligning accountability with perspective with a respective organizational unit. Next one, success of development initiative can always be, no, it is quantitative as well as qualitative. ठीक है. When it comes to development, it is mostly आपका, it is a combination of quantitative as well as qualitative. Learning encompass acquiring knowledge, skill, attitude by various means including आपका this, right? Correct है. तो 2 3 4 6 2 3 4 6 means option C should be right answer for this particular one. Correct guys, very good. Next one. That is, see, that statement was around na. Sorry, Srikant sir, I missed your question, your query. So job specification is basically, it is like, it is not related to how it dynamic. Let's say earlier in banking system, when we used to have those register based banking, so the requirement was different. Okay? As we are doing transition, we are moving out from that register to, or we did this transition from computer things and all na. So accordingly the skill set will also require. Okay? So that's why that is the statement which was in that particular case. So now next one. Okay, so during the industrial revolution, Fordism, human beings were viewed primarily as a tool of production. This is 100% true. When you we have discussed these particular things in ABFM also. So when you study the overall evolution of management, so earlier we were machine oriented. Earlier means आपका during industrial revolution. ठीक है. Then आपका we have industrial revolution. Then we have classical. We come up with the classical theory. Then we have आपका neoclassical theories, and then we discuss the modern management. So when you see that overall transition, na, so here at the time of your industrial revolution, our focus was like to maximize the output or resources output, right? Basically, so what was the kind of notion कि humans are kind of like, we do not need an expert person and all. We can train them for a specific job and they have to do same job lifetime. That is the logic आपका, right? So earlier it was machine oriented कि machine are very important for the organization, so that with that we can increase the productivity. Then contingent आपका classical theories, where we read about the scientific management theory, bureaucratic and administrative theory. So these three theories which led ki no, science, we should adopt science, not the thumb rule, right? So we start providing training or job standardization, these kind of things. Then neoclassical, here is the first time when we talk about the, when Elton Mayo and their team conducted that Hawthorne studies in Western Electronic Company, what they found ki people are not only get motivated with money, they, when they feel valued, when they get observed, when we interact with them, their output also increase. Same time we come up with need theory, Maslow's hierarchy of need, कि we have different set of need, and those need, like you have to tap on those particular need. Each and individual is having a different set of need. If you tap around that one, it will motivate them and provide them a path that they can achieve the higher level need. Then finally we come to the modern management, where we generally have system theory, contingency theory, and they all believe that human are the most important part of the organization. So from machine to human, till here aapka we start focusing around human, right? So during the industrial revolution, human beings are viewed as a primary tool of production. They were only aapka tool of production, nothing else, right? So HRD initially focused only on the technical training but later evolved to include behavioral and interpersonal skills also, right? 90s आपका computerization led to widespread anxiety among the senior employees due to skill gap, ठीक है? That is something resistance to change आपका, like this is something कि a person who was working from last 15 to 20 years on that register based banking, suddenly you are telling them कि now onwards you have to follow the computers. So that was a kind of a denial phase from that person कि no भैया मेरा खत्म है, ठीक है, I'll take a BRS and because that new things, that computer things was completely unknown to them, right? So they are having some sort of resistance, the huge gap. Industrial democracy in 1990s encouraged participative decision making by the workers, that unionization, we start forming the union and other kind of things, true hai. Outsourcing initiative in 90s were driven primarily by the need of increasing employment, no, it is आपका basically it was related to your operational cost, not आपका increase employment, right? 1234 1234 means option C should be right answer for this particular one. Correct guys, very good, well done. Chalo. Next one, Rene, if you're having any doubt also, please do let me know. Which of the following statement about learning, training, development, education are correct? So segregation of this आपका reduce ambiguity, and this question we have practiced here. Success development initiative can always be quantitative. हाँ, this we have solved. Sorry, हाँ, 1 and 3. A will be right answer for this one. Just now we have discussed this one, right? Next one. Okay. Now we have said systematic approach of training, and you have to find out the correct statement. Systematic approach of training. So training need analysis can be done without consulting the superior or supervisor or manager. No, it is not possible without them. Like let's say if you are working as a branch manager, so you know like how many people you require in your branch, right? Rather than a person who is sitting in the head office. So that is a must. Organizational policy has no influence. Organizational policy is the base. Apprenticeship of is a form of on job, yes. Off job training include methods such as lecturer and case studies. The evolution of the training program is done only once. It is a continuous process. So 3 and 4, 3 and 4 means option D will be right answer for this particular correct answer. Correct hai? Very good, well done guys. Career path, आपका pattern, career anchor and planning is true. So what will be your correct answer? So career anchor develop quickly within a few months of an individual joining an organization. No, okay. Anchor is like, this is something which is linked with the long term goal आपका. So managerial competence is a career anchor. Refer to desire to manage the आपका management hierarchy. This is true. This cannot be developed overnight or like immediately once you join the organization. You work with the organization, you understand, you develop skill, then you think like this, right? Career path planning ensure that only those who meet आपका explicit criteria can move to higher career stage. Yes, if your career path is like the step to step journey. Career development is guaranteed for all employees. You cannot, like, we do not have any sort of guarantee. 2 and 3, A only will be right answer for this. But A, Srikant sir and Suruti ma'am, what was B? आपका 2 and 4, no, 4 is wrong, ठीक है. Career development is guaranteed for all employees if they follow the prescribed path, no, ठीक है. Like sometimes we have many examples when we follow, we go for step to step everything, but it is not like you all will get that same goal in others, right? It is subjective, not objective, kind of. So attitude and its development in workplace. So attitude is formed solely on rational, objective, and complete information. No, this should be wrong, no? It is personal also, right? Behavior, because there it is a multidimensional. Attitude itself is a multidimensional, and it is more toward to the individual. Behavioral component of attitude refer to the person feeling emotion toward the object. Okay, that is behavioral component. And this should be also wrong. Na? Behavioral component refer to the person's feeling or emotion toward an object. What do you say about second statement? Okay, I'll revisit this statement. The value expression function of attitude help आपका individual to express their value through the attitude toward the peoples in this. Value expression is true. A negative attitude toward management by union members is always based on the factual. No, it is आपका attitude is something which is, it can be based on fact, it can be based on the आपका assumptions also. ठीक है, it is not necessarily based on the fact, right? तो हाँ, I'll go with आपका ऑप्शन ए. व्हाट यू, हाँ बिल्कुल सही है 100%, बिकॉज दिस इज ऑल्सो रॉन्ग. बी ऑल्सो शुड. बिहेवियरल component refer to the tendency to act in a certain way, while emotional आपका component deal with the feeling and emotions. Very good guys, well done. Next one. So self development and personal efficacy. स्वयं प्रभावकारिता. So patent self, what we present to others, mainly consist psychological trait such as value and behavior pattern. Patent self is external, so this is आपका inner self. These psychological trait आपका value behaviors, this is inner self. This should be wrong. Organizational change is effective only when individual mindset are aligned with the new strategies, not just structural changes. Personal effect, personal efficacy is solely depend on motivation, does not involve self-awareness is again core component. An individual with internal locus of control believe that external forces like luck largely determine their, no, if it is internal आपका तो they have self, they believe more on self efficacy or internal self or inner self. Emotional intelligence contribute to improving the self efficacy both intrapersonal and interpersonal. True है. Emotional intelligence is basically the self awareness, right? And the awareness about the emotions of self and others basically. According to Parikh and Rao, self-awareness involves understanding social reality and one's relation with the others. True hai. The next one is helping an individual with external locus of control involving reinforcing the idea that outcome are mostly due to luck. No, this is आपका wrong, I guess. So 256. Do we have 256? No. Yes. Option A should be right answer for this one. Very good, guys. So option A will be right answer for this one. Next one. Which of the following is talent management and succession planning are true? Talent management and succession planning. So talent management mainly include acquiring, developing, retaining talented employees. आपका succession planning ensure smooth leadership transition by preparing internal candidate to fill the job. The next one is compensation management is core of talent. No, it is not the core. The three C's of talent management: competence, commitment, and contribution. True है. The next one is your succession planning is only focus on identifying backup candidate for the, no, this is replacement. This is called replacement. A concept of talent management was popularized in 1997 by McKinsey and Company. This we have recently read, right? The next one, there was a the war for talent. Okay, the war for talent. There is a book आपका, ठीक है, McKinsey and Company, War for Talent. Quick promotion without leadership grooming are educate. This wrong है, right? So quick promotion is not a succession planning. It is a planned way, right? So 1246. 1246 means option A will be right answer for this particular one. Correct, guys? That we have done. Yes. Okay. Chal. Done it? Chal. Now next one we have human implication of organization. Again, very, very important one, and many theories are there. So human behavior and individual employee behavior at work. The first one is all about behavior. The another one is diversity at the workplace and gender issues. Motivation and principle of, sorry, practical implication, very, very important one. A role and its areas, right? So when it comes to human behavior, the behavior is basically how individuals, they generally interact with each others within the group. That is the behavior. So a complex and difficult to define. It results from the combination of biological, आपका psychological, social process and reflect in a person's आपका physiological structure. So employee behavior refer to how employee respond to specific situation at the workplace or how they interact with others. It influences both individual culture and organizational culture. It is influenced by individual culture and the organizational culture. Like organizational culture means like we have different type of organizational model. Like we have autocratic, where employees are having least autocracy. This is something based on I'm the boss, I'm the in charge. You have to do this by following these instructions. Employee autonomy and innovation is least. The another one is आपका we have supportive collegial now modern organization team. They believe organization as a teamwork, ठीक है, and leaders they work as a mentor for the subordinate. They decide their goal and help them to achieve, right? Organizational culture. And individual is the personality of that individual, their belief system, their notion, and the other kind of things. So according to Kurt Lewin, behavior is a function of person and the environment. Both factor interact, which is why different people behave differently even the same situation. So individual behavior is influenced by factor, environmental factor, personal factor, organizational factor, and आपका psychological factor like personality, perception, attitude, values, and others. So human implication of the organization, all those particular factors in detail here. So now when it comes to environmental, economic, आपका ways, economic outlook, social, political, like sometimes we adjust according to these particular one. Like let's say if there is a recession in the economy, especially this IT economy which is facing some sort of recession, so they'll not ask for any sort of pay raise during this time, right? They'll adjust themselves. But when there will be boom, they'll having high demands आपका, right? So they'll be, right now they are defensive. Otherwise they'll become आपका active. Personal, the areas, the age, sex, education, ability in this, that also matter, right? The many time you'll see in on social media that Gen Z, आपका they come up with like they went on a travel and they leave the job and I have so many things. The old mindsets were different. They generally, even they are working with the private organization, they are having some sort of devotion toward that one. Ki this is the life end of their overall life that company become overall life. But today's generation, they do not think like this. They generally do their job in their best capabilities, that's it, and for that they are getting, they have a clear cut, like this is my input and this is your output from the organization, our relation is over. Organizational factor, the nature of job structure, how we have decided that interaction between people or आपका peer. Then we have personality, perception, and others, which generally comes under this particular one, right? So now here onwards, we have many theories which are part of this one. So first, आपका personality theories. So personality is a major determinant of human behaviors or organizational behavior, because as the modern agile organization, they believe humans are the most important part of the organization. So understanding humans personality is very very important. Up now it is get defined by many people in different ways. Like first, when we have psychoanalytic theory of Sigmund Freud. So what he said, ki there are three stages. One is ego, the another one is, sorry, one is id stage, then ego, then super ego. So human interaction is basically in between आपका id stage and super ego, that is ego. Id is basically where people, they are having immoral urge, they are having failures and all kind of things. Then super ego is they become आपका, their action is led by or driven by the moral principle and all. So persons is in between आपका area of that ego stage, ठीक है. And unconscious, preconscious, and we have आपका post conscious. These are the stages: conscious and unconscious, subconscious, and conscious. Three stages are there which generally build the personality. So psychoanalytic theory, this is one of the most famous theory. If you study the management or psychology, na, this is one of the most important theory. But examination, sometimes they ask the stages and the areas. Please do remember. The personality is found on unconscious framework, id, आपका ego and super ego. Explain what workplace behavior like आपका that is daydreaming or आपका absenteeism are often rooted in subconscious motive itself. Trait theory आपका cattle and ice neck. So when it comes to trait theory, it is they just persons as a whole life of that particular person, right? So trait means आपका the characteristics, the feature of that person. So personality is a pattern of permanent trait determining the behaviors. So like these traits which generally reflect in each and every action of that person. So how we study a person, like let's say a person have done 5 job. In 5 job, there are some core trait which is followed, which get followed in every action. So based on that, we decide this one. Trait theory, there is one another person called Gordon Alpart also. So we have three type of trait. Trait is a hierarchy. Like we have cardinal trait, central trait, and आपका situational trait. And each and every person is having a different set of personality trait. So that's why every person is having a different personality. So similarly, that theory is also like this. Cattle focus on the predicting behavior of predicting behaviors. IceNet establishes two primary dimension of personality. One is extraversion, another one is neuroticism. Extraversion is basically extrovert people. How people easily get आपका cope up with others, social and teamwork and others. Neuroticism is basically the emotional stability and instability in a person. Like if they are having some sort of like if they are facing some sort of crisis, so how they are managing that one. There are two type of people. Those who are high in neuroticism, they'll easily get scared with the things and all. Those who are low in neuroticism, they are more calm, resilient during that particular period. There is one another theory linked to this, that is called Big Five model of personality, OSIN model, right? So that is something this. But these are not part of your curriculum, so just focus around this. Whatever part of your curriculum, that only we will be discussing here. Then we have self concept which is given by आपका Carl Roger. Behavior aligned with the one's internal self image and how they perceive others. ठीक है? We have two self. One is आपका real self, another one is ideal self. ठीक है? What I am and what I want to become. So personality is basically the combination of both आपका. ठीक है? A person who want to become Rajnikant sir as an actor. So while he'll act, there will be the real self of that person and something from the Rajnikant sir or Amitabh Bachchan sir or anyone else, the role model of that person. Social learning, when it comes to this is your Albert Bandura was the person behind this. The social learning is basically, it is observation based theory. People, they generally learn while they observe others. So reinforcement and punishment approach, whereas behavior and external environment mutually interact. Then we have developmental model, Erickson, 8 stages are there. And this is something, 8 stages are given, all 8 stages given in your book. So that's why it is very important. They can ask one question around that. So 8 chronological stages mapping a person's state of mind over time, trust, mindset, trust, mistrust, initiative, guilt, and others, that generally comes under this. So I have explained you briefly. Now when it comes to all the stages, so these are the eight stages. आपका Erickson's 8 stage personality development, please do revise this before entering in your examination hall, because this get asked many times. So we have trust and mistrust. Okay? So like this is something, the beginning stage, development of trust and mistrust toward others depending on the fulfillment of basic need. Okay? So this is like a that child ego wala, child stage wala. Then autonomy and आपका autonomy versus shame and doubt. Autonomy means where you handle, you try to handle something independently. If you succeed, you feel autonomy, greater autonomy. If you fail, you feel आपका self doubt and thus. Then we have initiative and guilt. You take initiative. If you success, you feel pride. Otherwise, you enter into guilt. Industry and आपका inferiority, becoming diligent to pursue goal, or developing sense of self-worth or inferiority. In that particular case, means the industry icon kind of. Identity versus आपका role confusion. You have a clear cut identity in the that particular job and profile expertise, or it is confusion. Someday we are doing this, other we are doing something else. Intimacy or isolation. You are a hero of the team, or you are living in silos. Then we have generosity and आपका stagnation. You are keep generating new things, ideas, productivity is getting improvised, or you find a stagnation. Integrity आपका and disappear. ठीक है? You have integrity or you disappear from the आपका scene. So these are the 8 आपका how people they generally develop their personality throughout the areas. And apart from this, there is one another theory which also get asked sometime. Theory आपका type A and type B personality theory. ठीक है? So it is a model development which is developed by cardiologist Mayer Friedman and Ray Roseman. Most people do not fall strictly into one category, but instead exist a continuum of the both. So this is something ki like आपका the theory like personality stress level in this, like those like are let's say personality A or personality B. This is signed out like we have theory X, theory Y, we have introvert extrovert theory, so that is similar to them also. So based on the characteristics of if a person is having these particular characteristics, they are generally defined as theory A. A means they are restless in nature, always move, walk, eat rapidly, impatient with the with the pace of things, dislike waiting, multitasker, आपका tie to schedules, to their schedule, often does not complete one thing before starting the another, display nervous आपका gesture and others. Personality be cool and calm, exhibit आपका opposite of this, relax and easygoing, आपका highly sociable, balanced outlook on life, less competitive, more philosophical in nature, does not feel rushed by time pressure and others. So based on these the characteristics, we have defined personalities आपका between two areas also. So I have kept the notes again here, the short notes for every theory. Please go through these particular one, right? Next one. Okay, we have one another आपका personality and brain. So this is your left brain which command the right side. This is our right side of brain which command the left side. So according to this particular one also, personalities like the dominance in your brain system and how it dominate your personality. So left side, when it comes to, so the people, those who have left dominant in their personality, speech and verbal communication, logical, mathematical, analytic, linear and detail आपका, control, intellectual, and reading, writing, naming, these are the qualities. When it comes to people, those who have right, आपका strong right side of the brain, so spatial and musical, holistic, artistic, symbolic, आपका simultaneous initiative and creative thinking, emotional, spiritual, and minor upper demoner. Then we have facial recognition and perception of the abstract or complex figures. They generally comes under this particular one. Correct, guys? So that is something what generally comes under this particular. So please do revise these things. When we talk about the employee behavior, workplace diversity, so basic assumption of human behaviors, differences in the personality, which we have talk around, concept of whole person. It is not about the person what we have right now. It is the action or the behavior of person is led by the whole life of the person. Individual and individual have dignity. Organization are social system, so human interaction is must. Mutuality of interest, so that we can achieve the organization goal. Organization behavior is holistic. So diversity management, so mostly what is happening, we have people from diverse background. So how to manage these particular one, that is important. Diversity enlargement approach increase the representation of individual of different ethnic and cultural backgrounds. The goal is to create diversity by changing the organization demographic composition as well. So diversity management is also a bit important, because if you'll have people from diverse background, so they'll be more innovative. Okay? We'll be having different ways to think about the areas in others, right? So we have some legal, key legislative acts also. Okay? Like we have Equal Remuneration Act, Equal Pay for Men and Women, POSH 2013, protect women from the sexual harassment and mandate organization to report the offenses. And apart from this also, there was some other act. Equal remuneration hai. We have Hindu Succession Act also there. POSH is 13, and Criminal Law Amendment Act 13 also, for all these kind of activities to deal with these kind of any sort of discrimination at the workplaces. To deal with those particular one, we have these different act also, right? Next one. Okay, now the another element or the most important element from here, which will help you in ABFM as well as HRM, that is motivation. So motivation, when it comes to motivation, it is like basically influencing people's behavior, right? So it is something like people, motivation which generally arise from the unmet need. Like let's say I want to purchase one car, I do not have a car, so that is, let's say I have a dream car, so that car worth rupees 10 lakh. So how to purchase that one? So what we will do, we'll do some extra, we'll put some extra efforts, will आपका work for extra hours, so that we can save money and we can achieve this. So motivation which always come from the unmet need, and it generally influence people to put their efforts forth so that they can achieve whatever they do not have in their life, right? So motivation is a process that initiate, guide, and maintain goal oriented behavior. In an organizational context, is it referred as the extent of willingness of employee to respond organizational requirement. Now if we apply that particular in an organization, let's say organization want to do more and more sale, so what they'll do, they'll come up with some sort of incentive plan कि as an employee, if you'll do आपका this much of sale, we will give you 10% of overall sale. So that is something, now people like me, people like you, we will start आपका participating in those kind of activities, so that we can earn incentive and we can buy that particular dream car, house, or whatever it is, right? Again, we have many theories of motivation. We have scientific management theory by F.W. Taylor, right? The rational economic view. Scientific theory, F.W. Taylor is the first theory around the management during the classical theories of management, right? So what he said, ki use science, not the thumb rule. Earlier things during the Industrial Revolution, everything was based on the, like let's say a person who's Henry Ford, who started that Ford company, word on wheel. So he have some idea कि हाँ भैया, whenever we are manufacturing car, this should be the process. But later on we challenge, if you want to increase the productivity and if you want to increase the efficiency from the resources, you have to think scientifically. So what is that कि scientifically आपका train people as per their skill set, and he come up with a logic of fair days pays for fair days work. Means those who are contributing at higher side, they should get आपका higher incentive also, because money was the core motivation element during this particular Then we have human relation, Elton Mayo. They break this particular आपका area कि money is not the only factor which motivate people. What they believe कि when they conducted that research in Western Electronic Company, when we provide a clear आपका illumination effect was there, if we provide a clear place आपका hygiene place, so people feel आपका they increase their productivity. When we have a regular interaction with the team, when we supervise them, they feel more valued, or they work with more focus than others. And there was a system of informal groups. Okay? So last test was bank wire test. What we found ki every organization is having some informal groups. Okay? And these informal group, they have their own target, right? Ki like let's say there's a team of 10 people. So they have decided ki we will produce jointly 100 unit per day. So every day they are producing 100. One person is 10. Once he is doing 10, he is just doing time pass. So organization is having some informal groups आपका, and that is something putting like some sort of restrictions on the performance. Ki after this achievement and all, people having some sort of like they are stopping their efforts and others. So it is based on आपका sophisticated economic assumption, social contact, interpersonal relation, and being useful आपका important with this. That is the case of this one, right? Apart from this also, there are many other theories which are generally part of. So basically all management theories are divided between two parts. Please do remember this, segregation. Content based theories, it is all about content based theory, like Maslow's hierarchy of need. How an individual get motivated, that is your content based theory. So it is what motivate an individual, that is content based. When we are studying the thing ki what motivate to this person called Mr. Srikant, so what is the motivation for Srikant sir, that is the case when you studying one person. Process based theories is basically when we are designing an incentive plan for the entire organization. So we have to study from where this motivation come, right? So we are tapping around those particular, like we have Victor Bloom's expectancy theory and others, that generally comes under this. Contemporary, the modern management theories, motivation theories. So all these comes under this particular one. Okay? So areas I have summarized all the motivation theories here. Scientific management, this we have discussed. Human relation, Hawthorne studies, we have discussed. Abraham Maslow, so we have 5. This is called need-based theory. It is a physiological basic safety. Then we have social or love and belongings. Then we have esteem, and then we have self-actualization. What Maslow believe कि organization, they should push their employees upward, right? In this case आपका, and first you have to find out कि the person belongs to which stage. Suppose that this person belongs to social आपका love and belonging stage. So first you have to fulfill these particular requirement, and you have to provide them opportunity to grow in the organization also after fulfilling these. But this is kind of this will become the basic need for that person, because anyhow he have to meet these particular requirement. So, and what they believe ki a good organization, they should focus around these top two label need and others. So that is Maslow hierarchy of need. Now Clayton Elderfer, what he did, same relevant theory. So Elderfer is basically what he did nothing. He just आपका come up with a theory of Maslow. He categorized these आपका among three categories, right? So this is called existence, this is called relatedness, and these two comes under the your growth, the ERG theory. The core principle which was आपका launched by the your ERG theory or Elderfer was कि there is a principle of progression and regression. You have to remember this कि people they want to आपका they want to progress, mostly they want to move upward, but when they fail to meet आपका high level need or growth level need, they start regressing, they start working around the lower level need. That is the only difference. Heisenberg two factor theory, very important and confusing one also. Okay, so what Heisenberg said कि there are two factors, two independent factor which motivate people. One is your hygiene factor, which is workplace related areas like the salary condition, working condition, and others, policies and all. The another one is आपका motivators. When it comes to motivators, so motivators is basically achievements, recognition, responsibility and all. So what comes under hygiene? What comes under the motivators that you have to remember from this particular one. Then we have McClellan achievement theory. It is also known as three need theory. This is we use for the team building. So in a, let's say we have 10 people, there are few people who generally get motivated when they achieve the higher goal, need for achievements. There are some people who get motivated when they are in power position, leaders and others. And third one is there are few people who get motivated when they are surrounded by the people or teamwork and other affiliation. So what he said ki while you are doing the placement of people, so accordingly first find out ki what motivate this person, achievement, power or आपका affiliation. Accordingly place them so they'll be आपका feel motivated in that case. Victor Broom's expectancy theory, one of the most important theory, which is a process-based theory, very, very important one. It get asked many time in your examination. So Victor Broom's expectancy theory, this we will discuss in detail. Then we have equity theory, input output, what I'm giving to my job and what organization is giving to me and what organization is giving to other. So it is input output. Basically, people they have some sort of tendency, they compare their input output with others. If they feel कि हाँ there is a आपका equity, there is they feel motivated. If they feel आपका there is some sort of kind of inequality in the organization, they feel demotivated, right? Then we have performance satisfaction model. This is outcome of your Victor Brooms only. So extended आपका expectancy model, effort to performance, reward, perceive equity, satisfaction. We'll talk about this, but this is the only one. But this theory is very important. We will go in detail. Reinforcement theory is Skinner. Behavior saved by consequences. If I'm doing something, so what will be the consequences? Based on those consequences, we are behaving. Positive or negative, punishment and execution, right? So I have kept all the theories here. So now there are few things which you have to have go. First one is motivators. Please do remember the elements under motivators or elements under hygiene factor, because many time what we feel कि salary is a motivation. No, salary is not a motivation. It is a hygiene factor, because like let's say we had that Kemper ratio. So industry average, if we are getting for a job as a PO, we are getting 80,000, suppose that, and everyone is getting 80,000 for that job. But if I'll get 50,000, other are getting 80,000, it is a point of dissatisfaction. So hygiene factor which generally prevent the dissatisfaction, motivators which generally will directly motivate people. Okay? Both are आपका independent factors. Okay? Let's say if organization is managing these particular one very well, that doesn't mean people will be motivated, right? So for motivation, you have to have provide these particular. So we have to create a mix of both in the organization. The another one, Victor Broom's expectancy theory. It has three phases. Expectancy, effort to outcome. Can I put some additional effort? Can I work for one additional hour so that I can produce some additional unit? Outcome. Then we have instrumentality. If I produce 10 additional unit, so what reward I'll get. And the final one is valence. Valence is value for reward. If the effort I have put and the outcome I have generated and the reward I get from the organization, we'll do the psychological analysis. If we feel ki haan, this is fine, we'll feel motivated. And if we'll find ki no, it is under rewarded, so we'll get demotivated. So how our motivation work? It is aapka, these, it depend on three interrelated factors. The people, they set the expectancy, instrumentality, and valence. So at every stage, like let's say we should have some sort of trust on the organization. If like there are some organization, they'll come up with some sort of, like if we'll do this much of sale, we will give you 10% of overall sale. Now people, they actually perform. What they did, they decreased that particular one to 5%, 2%. So people will not have trust in that particular one. So the integration of all the element is must in that case. Adams equity theory, input output, that we have discussed, right? This we have discussed again. Then we have your FW Taylor's and Elton Mayo, we have discussed. Maslow's hierarchy of need, Elder for ERG, McClellan, three need theory. If you go this much of content also, now this is more than sufficient, guys. Please, I'll suggest everyone, please go for this particular one. Okay. So now, आपका the last subtopic from this, concept of role. Role is basically, we have different a person who generally position versus role. So it is आपका behavior, expected behavior pattern as a person, as a father, as a branch manager, as a father, as a social person, as a branch manager, friend, that kind of thing. Okay, so the multiple role which is played by a person, right? So position or role, position is the location job, role is behavioral expectation from that particular role. Okay? So as a branch manager, what we expect from the people. So it is self versus role. Individual personality interact with and get interacted into the various role set आपका focal role and others. So we have role stagnation and others. This is completely theoretical. If you go for once also, you'll get to know, right? Now let's start practicing the question also, guys. So human behavior is entirely a product of psychological process. Can be predicted with the accuracy? No. Yeah, very dynamic. Clearly wrong. Individual differences have minimal relevance in organizational motivation. Again wrong. Hawthorne studies supported the idea that social factor and recognition are crucial. True है. Social man concept आप consider incomplete as it overlook intrinsic work motivation and the organizational goal. Social men आपका, हाँ, this is true again. In personality, perception and value are classified as environmental factor influencing behavior. Yes. कट लो इन आपका बिहेवियर रिजल्ट डायनामिक इंटरेक्शन between people and individual. Yes, personality cut low in behavior result with the dynamic interaction between this is true. Personality perception value are classified, oh, sorry ठीक है, not आपका sorry ठीक है, so it is आपका wrong. Fifth one is wrong. It is not environmental, ठीक है. These are not, they are psychological, right? Not environmental, they are psychological. So the next one is manager can improve organizational cohesiveness by understanding employee personalities in this. So 3, 4, 6, 7. 3, 4, 6, 7 means option A will be right answer. Sorry. 3, 4, 6, 7. 3, 4. Okay, sorry. D will be right answer for this particular one, not A. So option D will be right answer for this particular one. Correct, hai guys? Very good, well done. Next one. Consider the following statement regarding personality and behavior at workplace. Personality and behavior at workplace. So synergy refer to individual excellence, surpassing group goal through the isolated efforts. No. Synergy is basically interconnectedness among the people or the team, right? This is completely wrong. Eysenck's theory of personality identify extraversion and neuroticism as two primary dimensions using their analysis. Yes, true है. आपका Raymond Kettle emphasizes the temporary mood from the basis of the personality trait. No, it is आपका stable or permanent, not temporary. Type A individual are typically, they are not patients actually. Just opposite. This is about the B. Then we have Salvatore Maddy definition of personality. Imply the behavior change in individual happen rapidly in response to social or biological pressure. This is correct आपका. No. Social or biological. Maddy's was around, no. It is up. It is आपका. It is, there is no rapid change first of all. These are the elements, but it is आपका mostly stable. This also should be wrong, no? What do you say, guys, about this? Type B personality individual is are systematic, composed, usually display balance. This is 100% true. So means 2 and 6. A आपका 5 should be wrong. Huh? A, yes. I'll also go with Archana ma'am. Yes. This is आपका Maddy's definition stress that personality is stable over time, not आपका subject of quick. ठीक है. This is आपका trait based theory again, where we generally focus around the overall development, and that development happen with experiences, belief system, and the other areas also. Please do remember this. Consider the following statement regarding erection stage of psychological development and their parallel in the workplace context. Okay, so the stage of generosity and stagnation आपका corresponding to early, no, it is आपका almost the second last or sixth or seventh number position. It is not early stage, later stage. During the initiative versus guilt, both children and employee develop sense of ownership their action, while the unsuccessful result to आपका this true है. Intimacy and isolation deal with the ability to independently without needing the social interaction or the emotional bonding at the workplace. No, this is just opposite आपका. intimacy is like social bond in others. When they won't be able to build that one, or introvert person, they become they enter into silos. Identity versus role confusion stays failure to define one's unique contribution in workplace can lead to uncertainty about one's role in organization. This should be correct. The next one is your integrity versus disappear stays आपका retirement age of this the entire possibility of fulfillment or this true है तो 245 245 means option B should be right answer for this particular one. Correct है. Very good guys. Amanji sir, Archana ma'am is saying D, Srikant sir is also saying D. Chalo, next one guys, next one. So the left side of your brain is primarily responsible for spatial and musical abilities, sorry. Okay. So left side, no, it is आपका right side of brain. ठीक है, this should be wrong. The right hemisphere control the right side. No, it control the left side आपका. This is also wrong. Electronical simulation of the brain can be used to reduce the stress in this. Yes, only 3. Option C should be right answer for this particular one. Correct guys. Next one. So आपका personality theories, it according to Sigmund Freud operate based on moral values. Wrong है, completely wrong. ठीक है. Your super ego which behave on or operate on moral values. Not it stays. It stays. We have like personality that seek pleasure, immoral urge, failures. These are the areas. Ego play a regulatory role between superego and id. Unrealistic demand means id, and आपका constraint of the external world. This is true. Third one is the trait theory, that personality trait are shaped predominantly by the environmental factor such as education and all. They are stable and internal basically. It focus on the internal areas, how we develop those one, not only the one factor. It is mostly we have multiple factor, hereditary or आपका social, or there are many other areas also. Self concept theory are as proposed by Carl Roger. Emphasis on the individual personality is shaped by the others. They perceive more than this. True है. आपका self concept theory proposed by the Carl Roger emphasis that individual personality is shaped. It is not others. That is social learning. That is social learning theory, Albert Bandura, but it is Carl Rogers self theory. What they think about their self, right? आपका social learning, this is आपका reinforcement and punishment mechanism, and this true है. According to psychoanalytic theory, an underdeveloped superego may lead to a person lacking moral judgment, and this because superego is all about your moral judgment and behavior. Underdeveloped, these problems will be there, right? So 256, 100%. Very good guys. Option A, very very good guys. Okay, because this is something which is very very important for your examination. So please do remember this one. Next one. Evaluate the following statement about Maslow's hierarchy of need and select the correct combination. So physiological need include desires such as job security. This comes under the safety need. Wrong hai. According to Maslow, self-actualization need can only be pursued after fully satisfying physiological this. No. There is one argument of Abraham Maslow only. The argument is like there are some profession who generally, like let's say there is a person who become poet or some, especially those who part of the this art and culture wala area na. So what they do, physiological safety, after this safety they directly jump or they skip आपका 2 3 level and they are moving upward, but they are skipping that social आपका love and belongings and esteem stage. They are directly moving in this. So it is not necessarily in this movement is upward, but it is not directly like it is not like that कि we are following each and every step in this case. Huh? Social need in organization are mainly fulfilled by informal group, true है, organization, your friends, right? Next one, throttling self-esteem need can आपका people, if they are won't be able to achieve that one, they might feel आपका inferiority and helplessness. Safety need in workplace are unrelated to salary. Safety, salary comes under safety. Maslow theory particularly operationalize concept like self-actualization, making it easy. No, self-actualization, there is no fixed definition for self-actualization. Each and every individual is having a different definition for self-actualization, like what I can do best in my capability. So it depends on the personality. For you it can be something else, for someone else it can be something else. Some individual may skip lower level need, pursue this, true है. तो 3 4 7 are correct. 3 4 7 are correct. 1 2 5 6 are wrong. That's why option D will be right answer. Very good. Well done. Okay. Srikant sir and Durgesh sir. Got it? Where you went wrong. Ramanji sir also. Ramanji sir marked correctly. Guys, you got this particular one. If you have any doubt, please do let me know so I can help you out with this. Hazelberg two-factor theory, and you have to select the correct one. So the presence of motivational factor is necessary to prevent the job dissatisfaction. Okay, just answer this question. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Hazelberg two-factor theory. So the presence of motivational factor is necessary to prevent job dissatisfaction. The first statement is wrong. Why? Because both are independent. Okay. Job dissatisfaction is prevented by hygiene factor, right? Not by the motivation. The first one is wrong. Okay. A, everyone is saying option A. Durgesh sir is saying option B. Archana ma'am is also saying option A. Hygiene factor primarily related to आपका physical and social. Yes, true है. According to Hazelberg, eliminating hygiene factor will automatically increase employee motivation. No, they both are independent. Hazelberg's study suggests that job satisfaction and dissatisfaction are independent construct, not simply opposite. Recognition and advancement are example of motivators, right? So 2 and 4 means option A will be right answer for this particular one. Next one. Okay, one more question around this Hazelberg two-factor theory. You can directly come to the statement. So salary and आपका fringe benefit are classified as hygiene आपका areas to prevent dissatisfaction. Second one is recognition and responsibility are intrinsic factors that improve the job satisfaction and performance or motivators. According to Hazelberg, improving hygiene factor alone sufficient? No. The third one is your absence of motivation factor may create a neutral state rather than the active आपका dissatisfaction. Extrinsic factors determine the employee willingness to work. Intrinsic factors influence quality of work. 1, 2, 4, 5 means option B will be right answer for this particular one. Correct, guys? Next one. Okay, Bloom's expectancy theory. Okay, you just have to go through the statement. Bloom's expectancy theory. What will be a correct answer? So Bloom's expectancy theory, expectancy refer to believe that higher performance will necessarily result in organizational expectancy is about आपका can I this is about the instrumentality. The statement is about instrumentality. So this is आपका wrong. Instrumentality reflect the perceived relationship between performance and attainment of reward. True है. Valence आपका value for reward, satisfying an employee personal goal. Yes. Expectancy theory recognize that motivation may differ among individual because employee value reward आपका differently. The next one is paradigm effect. Sorry, pygmalion effect suggests that positive expectation of supervisors can positively influence employees' performance and behaviors. Yes. So 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5 means option C should be right answer for this particular one. Option C, guys. Option C. Multiple answers. So option C will be right answer for this particular one. Done it? Any doubt? Please do let me know. Next one. Okay. So employee feedback and reward system. Okay, unit number 13. So when it comes to employee feedback reward system, these are the two core components which are generally part of this one. The employee feedback is basically, which is kind of a necessary tool. Like with the feedback, they'll get to know the basically how they are doing against the set standards. Okay? So like let's say if any organization we join, we have some KPIs, key performance indicators. So feedback will help them कि this is your standard and what actually you are doing, right? So if there is any variances, especially when there is a negative variances, differences, so we will try to fix those particular. So for that one, we have many आपका appraisal tools and others or different rating things and all. We use them and we generally try to focus around the concurrent आपका feedback and all so that they can fix these particular deficiencies, and organization can achieve their goal and individual they can achieve their own goal आपका in that particular one, right? तो feedback is feedback आपका formal feedback mechanism is very important, though informal is also help in that case, but if organization is having a dedicated one, so that will help people, right? So progressive organization rely on regular feedback, fine-tune policy initiative that treat employees as a vital partner in brand growth, right? So it include the areas. So we have formal feedback, so which is structured, standardized data, and attitude and satisfaction. It is well designed, आपका psychological instruments, and we have your आपका formalized suggestion scheme and others. Now when it comes to informal, this is something key which we are not documenting, right? So it is something आपका, let's say a person is working, so you are passing on that person, you just give some advice. The qualitative insight gathers through the routine interaction, meetings and all, discussion with employees, representative, managerial आपका observation, आपका appraisal interviews, exit interviews and others, they generally comes under this particular one, right? So now here we have your आपका 9 dimension of organizational climate. Organizational climate means the culture आपका, ठीक है? So climate is like how that organization, like the opinion, the people's or stakeholders opinion about the organization. So how we generally build this culture things? So we have the elements which generally build this particular one, that is structure first, that is आपका perception of constraint like rule, regulation, commanding channel and आपका delegation. So how we have defined that one? Like there are some organization who generally believe in open interaction, but there are some organization they having some sort of hierarchy, rigidity in the interaction and all. So that is something. The responsibility, the feeling of being one's own boss, clarity of role and आपका supervisor and peer, clear authority hierarchy relationship, the reward system, the feeling of being rewarded for job done well, आपका perception of the reward and punishment system, risk आपका the sense of challenges in the job, whether calculated risk taking is encouraged और आपका playing safe is encouraged, warmth, the interpersonal relationship, the feeling, the fellowship, and the informal supporting culture kind of support, the perceived helpfulness of managers and employees, standards आपका perceived importance of the implicit and explicit goal. We have conflict, we have a feeling that manager workers want to hear different opinions. Then we have identity, the feeling of belonging to the organization, perceive value in the work groups and others. So how this entire organizational climate got built? So these are the core elements. They decide the organizational kind of the organizational culture, right? Or the organizational climate. Like we used to say, na, that today is very good climate or bad climate. So it is good when these elements they are favoring the overall culture system. It is bad if when they are scoring at the negative side, right? So now when it comes to the another part, reward and compensation. So apart from the culture, reward and compensation system. Okay. So the primary motive of taking a job is to meet basic need through the wage. Compensation is main attraction to join or change job and must be reasonably and justifiable. Means it should be like it's a like whenever we deciding that compensation, it should create a win-win situation for employee and employer both. आपका right. The total reward system which include apart from compensation or that salary wage, we get some other benefit also. That is called the benefit which is provided by organization to employees, they generally known as total reward. तो it include compensation, आपका benefit, ठीक है, other benefit, ठीक है, recognition, talent development, performance management और work life balance, ठीक है. So this is these all elements jointly they generally make your आपका that is called your total reward itself, right? It seems very easy basically. Now the next one we have compensation is easy. So this is we have done job evaluation we have done. Okay, this is one, the new one. So when it comes to आपका job evaluation, the related worth of the job to the organization, so we have assessment matrix. This is something which is आपका new and important from this topic. So we have ranking method, आपका non-quantitative, and we have quantitative methods. So in case of non-quantitative, we have ranking methods. So when it comes to your ranking methods, what we are doing basically, we are ranking the job, like the whole job is compared with others and ranked from the simplest to hardest. Advantages, very easy and least expensive, and आपका highly subjective. Basically we do not have any specified parameters to define which job is simple and which job is hard. Okay, so that is आपका ranking method. When it comes to the another one, job classification, grading, grade A, grade B, grade C and others. So job are classified into predefined grade like executive, skill, semi skill and others. Advantages, again less subjective than ranking, but it is similar to that one only. Disadvantages, entire job is compared ignoring the distinct sub factors. So what we are doing, a person, like let's say 10 people are coming under the executive, so all 10 peoples are compared based on the same parameters. Quantitative, when it comes to, so we have point rating आपका, so it is most widely used method key factors like the core competencies required to perform a job. So like responsibility, effort are identified, weighted, and assign them point. So basically these are the pointers, 4 5 pointers. Based on this we are giving the ratings. Less subjective and less error prone, complex and time consuming. Then for each pointers we are giving score. Based on overall score we are doing the appraisals. Factor comparison. Factor is आपका constant for all job, mental, physical, work, working condition, responsibility. Each factor is ranked individually and ways आपका rate are distributed across the factor itself. कि how much skills is required, physical and conditions, then accordingly we are defining it. But it is आपका consistent and complex to calculate the areas. The 4 methods आपका which we generally use for the areas. Now apart from this there is one another method आपका that is called compa ratio. Okay, this also get asked many time in your examination. So compa ratio आपका basically you have to remember few fact also here, this one or the entire table. So it is basically how we calculate compa ratio, actual salary and midpoint of the pay range. This is basically kind of industry average into 100. The people having 100%, आपका employee paid exactly at the midpoint or market rate. Less than 10, आपका below midpoint, maybe they are underemployment or a new hire. The 100 आपका overperforming, experience, high performers or the market adjustment. Purpose is additional check for pay equity, आपका budgeting, adjustment and compliances after the evaluation of set ranges and others, right? So basically how we decide the compa ratio, like this is the case which we have discussed. So the different areas, there must be one chart आपका, the grading chart. This is the one. So like let's say if a peep, this is the one, right? So 5 compa ratio, like organization often divide pay range into 5 zone. So one, those who are scoring 80 to 87, new आपका inexperience, unsatisfactory performance, so below competent label. 88 to 95, employee with some experiences but not yet fully competent. This is आपका fully competent performance, job defined. 104 to 11, constantly performing at the high level and excellent आपका universally recognized, outperforming both inside and outside, they are generally this. So basically when it comes to this, like let's say the range is 20 to 28,000, midpoint is 24,000. So 5 receptionists we have, one is getting A is getting 21,000, the compa ratio is this. E is getting 28,000, compa ratio is this. So according to this particular one, we have to apply this distribution also, right? So that is something which generally comes under this particular one. This we have discussed. Okay, so let's practice more and more question. Let's see. So continuous performance evaluation has increasingly replaced purely annual appraisal system in many organizations. Continuous performance evaluation has increasingly replaced purely annual appraisal. This can be. KRAs are generally framed independent. This question should belongs to the next topic actually. KRAs are generally, but here also it can be related, framed independently by the employees without linkage to organizational objective. No, it is with the organizational in आपका 360 degree appraisal आपका system include feedback from peer, subordinate, supervisor, and sometime by the customers. Okay? This is actually part of the next topic. No worries. Performance management focus only on past employee performance unrelated to future. No, it is for the future also. Competency analysis assessment in PMS is often used to identify leadership potential and training requirement. True. The 135 means option A will be right answer for this particular one. Correct, guys? So this question is also from the next topic only. Performance appraisal system and the talent management process. Next one is performance management. Na? Next unit is performance management. Okay, let's practice. So continuous performance feedback system are increasingly replacing annual appraisal only model in many organization. Continuous feedback. This is same question, kya? This is true. Performance appraisal focus exclusively on measurable business outcome and ignore behavioral competence. No. A well-designed appraisal system support decision relating to compensation, succession planning in this. आपका biases such as halo effect and recency effect. Recency means we are making appraisal of a person based on the recent activity, whether it is positive or negative. Halo effect is basically you are making आपका appraisal or doing appraisal based on one positive trait of that particular personality. Can adversely affect the fairness of employees evaluation. Yes, true है. Modern integrated talent management system generally attempt to align HR practices with organizational strategy and the culture itself. True hai. So 1345 means option B should be right answer for this particular one. Correct, guys? Everyone? Yes, very good. Next one. There are two other questions from this previous topic. From the next topic, sorry. I'll shift those particular one. So employee feedback mechanism and climate surveys. The climate surveys typically exclude emotional factor like warmth and support to maintain objectivity. No. This is also part of the climate survey, right? And the even one core elements. Exit interview are useful for uncovering unspoken expectations and refining HR policies. Exit interview is basically when people are leaving the organization, we're asking them to give the feedback about the organization, role, managers, and all. So that time they become very true, right? Employee were found to be most satisfied with their reward system and such as आपका successors human resource index आपका study. No, we have studies this particular one कि what we found कि people were very आपका dissatisfied with the overall आपका reward system and all, ठीक है, because there was no transparency and all. Informal feedback mechanism include discussion with employees, representative and observation. Yes. Favorable organization climate is linked to improve the customer service, loyalty and open problem solving. Climate survey data is usually analyzed only at the organization level and not at the, no, it is at department level also. 245 means आपका option C should be right answer for this particular one. Correct, guys? Very good. Next one. So the term, the use of term remuneration is strictly limited to managerial role, cannot be interchangeable salary and it can be, right? Remuneration, salary, compensation, all are आपका same elements. A company that aim to be high pay master deliberately restrict the overall size to attract the best talent आपका while maintaining a lean operation. ठीक है, true है ना? I give you an example of that. IIT and IIMs. There are some organization who only hire people from IIT and IIMs. So that is the one. Compensation policies can entirely unaffected by external statutory requirements. No, they will get affected if there is any changes in labor laws and all. When skilled professional like those with the foreign exchange expertise are scared, the demand will increase. Aapka right, true hai. The next one is internal development policies like right man at right job can reduce the dependency on the external one. Yes. 245. 245 means option D should be right answer for this particular one. Correct? Hai? Next one. Very good, guys. Quickly, quickly. So compensation theories and legal aspect. So concept of living wage is limited to covering the basic. No, it is आपका need base. It is आपका need base wage आपका basically. This is not living. Wrong है ना? Next one. Equal Remuneration Act 76 only public sector. No, it is public and private both. Payment of Bonus Act mandate annual bonus payments irrespective of organization profitability. No, profitability is a major आपका component. A company pursuing operational excellence strategy like focusing on increasing fixed pay and minimizing the performance incentive. A company pursuing operational excellence strategy like focusing on, no, they should आपका increase the performance based incentive. This is also wrong. We have to find out incorrect only. Huh? Need based minimum wage go beyond the minimum wage by the aiming to satisfy essential requirement. Yes, this should be correct, right? So 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 means option C should be right answer for this particular one. Correct. Next one, guys. Job evaluation methods. So ranking method break down the job into specific comparable factors. Assigning point, no. Okay, that is wrong. आपका ranking में we do not do the breakdown in others ना. So we compare as a whole job based on the simplest and आपका toughest. Job classification method group job into categories based on the overall job description rather than the factor to factor. True है. Factor comparison method rank job based on fixed set of factors such as mental and responsibility, assigning point to each factors आपका. Point ranking methods require identification of key factors and sub factors with assigned weight आपका, but does not involve summing the point of job for job comparison. No, it will आपका include. Ranking method is highly subjective. Ranking method आपका highly subjective and classification of employees lies in lack of this. True है. The next one is job classification method always result in precise compensation matching because it job evaluated rather than the factor individually. Wrong है. Job classification method always result in precise compensation. No. Factor comparison method consistent and less subjective. Consider costly, complex in this. This is true. 235. 2357 means option A only will be right answer for this particular one. Next one, guys. Compa ratio. Compa ratio and its application. A compa ratio below 80 always indicate an employee to underperforming. It is not necessarily underperforming. It can be new hire also. The another one is the midpoint of salary range is used as benchmark because it represents the market rate for all fully competent parameters in the job. Midpoint आपका yes. Employee with the compa ratio above 120 can never justify their salary level. They are आपका fully justified their salary level, outperforming universally recognized. The next one is employee compa ratio 88 to this. आपको gaining experience but not yet fully met. Comparing compa ratio across different job is reliable. No, it is not reliable in that case, right? So 2 and 4 means option D should be right answer for this particular one. Very good, guys. Next one. Which of the following statement about compensation link to performance and compensation structure? The fixed compensation flexing variable means and आपका mix. So fixed compensation system inherently motivate all employee to perform their highest. No, because some people they want to work additional, they want to work extra for the additional money, right? So variable compensation system work best for manufacturing unit where output quantity and this quality can be this. Yes. Mixed compensation system combine fixed salary with performance link reward. True है, but do not require formal performance up. No, it does. This second statement is wrong. In flexible compensation structure or cafeteria plan, employee have complete freedom to decide their total cost to company without any preset limit आपका. No, that is decided by the company range. Then employees they generally mark their bid. This is wrong. Designing a compensation structure involve using job evaluation point and market pay data to create pay grade and आपका pay range. A company aiming to lead market in base pay आपका might adjust predicted pay rate आपका upward to the this one. ठीक है, तो this is wrong. 2 and 5. 2 and 5 means option A will be right answer for this. Srikanth sir, you remember this statement? Na? Yes, very good. Chalo. So for first one, fixed compensation system often reduce the motivation and can lead to आपका mediocre performance. Mixed compensation rely on the well-established performance appraisal. Third, cafeteria plan offer flexibility, but within a predetermined overall compensation package. To lead market, company would increase, not decrease the pay base. Next one. Okay. Next one we have आपका performance management. So now we left with 3 unit. So performance management and the 14 and 15 will take time, but last one is very small unit. So just we'll take a 5-minute break, guys. ठीक है? So 1 5-minute break आपका. Then we will resume this one. I'll fill my water bottle and others. So just allow me 5 minutes and then we will continue. So anyhow, we have to complete module A today so that we can आपका like we can save time for the revision also. Okay, so everyone just take a 5-minute break, then we will continue this particular. Okay. Hello, hello. So shall we start, guys? Chalo. Now, next one, performance management. So when it comes to performance management, it include areas like appraisal system. We have performance review and feedback, counseling. Then we have competency mapping, assessment center, and behavioral. आपका event interviews, right? So these are the areas. So appraisal is the core of this one. Okay? The performance feedback. After the feedback, we generally go for the performance, right? So appraisal, basically, when it comes to appraisal, no company is having any choices around this, but they can have a choice around the method they can pick, right? So we have many methods, traditional as well as the modern one, right? So it is all about the systematic evaluation, like what was the KPIs, and basically KPIs is equal to standard and the actual. And if we having any deficiencies, we are trying to fill those particular one. And like those who are underperforming, we send them for training. Those who are like higher performance side or overperforming people or good performers, we generally appraise them or we generally promote them in different cases. So assessment of work performed against the predefined standard of factors like work knowledge, leadership quality, comparative benchmark, actual performance, and individual personality are rigorously compared with the expected standards. Then, organizational outcome, identify development opportunities, measure hiring effectiveness, track growth and abilities also, right? So, accordingly, we provide them the kind of it is led, it is kind of, we are providing them the growth means promotion and the salary hike and others, as well as the other benefit, right? So appraisal is unavoidable. Organization can choose the different method. They can go for the informational or unsystematic, informal and unsystematic, traditional or goal approach आपका, where we have MBO, management by objectives and all, right? So organizational efficiency, which depend on judgmental need used for the administrative decisions such as salary increase, transfer, training and promotion. Developmental need focus on growth, telling an employee how they are doing and suggestion them or the skill required for the growth itself. Counseling is the another part where we are helping them to overcome with any sort of deficiencies and all, right? So these are the areas. The overall goal is to improve the organizational efficiency, identify employee skill and training need, motivate employees to perform better, help underperformers to improve, and support performance based reward and career development itself. So that generally comes under this particular one. So when it comes to six step आपका appraisal method, it start with set standards, the KPIs, then आपका communicate to the employees, then आपका measure the actual, compare actual with the standard, discuss and counsel, and corrective action and incentive. That is generally part of this one. Now this portion is very important one, right? A bit static also, but important, right? So here we have different methods, traditional method versus modern method. So traditional method was, the focus was around rating the individual personality trait and abstract character skills. But modern is around the outcome, the end result, and concrete achievements rather than the personality. The another one, objectivity, suffer from the subjective evaluation or biases. Here it is a quantifiable result. Basically, we have, like at the beginning of the year, we tell them what you have to do, and at the end or mid or with the continuous evaluation, what we do, we tell them how they are doing things or what they have done during the year, and accordingly we decide the appraisals and all, right? Orientation, retrospective and strictly evaluative, perspective, participative and developmental. So modern method emerged to minimize the human biases, external control, and shifting organization focus toward the motivation and mutual goal oriented and others, right? So here we have आपका different methods. So when it comes to the different methods, so we have, when it comes to traditional one, we have grading methods. Just now we talk about this. A widely used simple method where feature are considered for a grading on an alphabetic scale. ठीक है? A is आपका outstanding, D is आपका below average. So employee are systematically graded on the predetermined features using the exact scale itself. The another one is graphic or linear rating, measure both employee characteristics as well as the contribution to employee, the personality and the contribution to the work. Weight are assigned to different factors and final rating is plotted on a continuous linear scale. Drawback is tend to subjective to be subjective and wrong assume each character trait is equally important for all job. So we generally like character. Let's say there is one character. We are assuming that this character will be kind of a universal for all job. Okay, that is a kind of a drawback for this. Force choice and distribution, where we are basically not giving any choice to the manager. They have to answer those questionnaires, and based on that particular one, we are rating people. So method designed specially to force the superior to make choice, aiming the artificially minimize the human bias. Force distribution, employee is rated on mathematically predetermined distribution scale like 1 to 5, 1 to 10, based on the overall job performance and promotion suitability. So force choice आपका, the superior must select from the predetermined statements the best describe the employee itself. So that's something which generally comes under this particular one. Correct, guys? Next one, when it comes to, apart from this, group appraisal method. So employee are rated by a group of appraisers. Take a, like this person is rated by group. So we are trying to reduce the biasness. So आपका group appraisers, the immediate superiors and 3 or 4 other direct knowledge of the employee performance. Advantages: a thorough methods with the least bias due to multiple independence. Today it is known as 360-degree. Drawback is time consuming process that can easily get reduced by आपका meaningless rituals if the total number of employee to be evaluated at a higher side, right? So that is the case. Then we have the limitation of traditional methods. While highly systematic, all traditional method inherently attempt to measure the abstract trait rather than the concrete output. The reliance on the subjective interpretation by the superiors leave the entire evaluation system vulnerable to human biases. This systematic flaw necessitated a massive paradigm shift from आपका today's modern areas. So when it comes to, these are the areas. So group आपका this linear grading, comparison and आपका state ranking and आपका free from essay. Free form essay, unstructured open, like the based on this person is good in what. State rating we have discussed, comparison employee compared factor based on these particular one. Done. So now when it comes to modern, so radical redefinition, core purpose is basically measure the potential for higher managerial position, assess exec training and development, select candidate in campus recruitment and identify future potential organization. Operational drawback, highly time consuming to execute. Good आपका performance may be adverse in some आपका exam taking situation. So specific trait assess आपका rigorously evaluate the interpersonal skill, complex organization abilities, stress tolerance, capacity, and fundamental motivational orientation. So here we have one MBO. This is आपका bit important. So management by objective. Basically, this is a management theory by Peter Drucker, but this can be used here also. It is basically where leader and subordinate, they are jointly deciding the goal, and then subordinates start working around these particular goal. Leader, they generally observe them, and wherever they feel आपका some deficiencies, they fix them. So it is more आपका planning oriented, right? So minimize the external control and emphasis motivation through the joint goal setting and employee participation. It is heavily result oriented. So set organizational goal, then आपका joint goal setting, आपका short term performance goal are set jointly by the employee and their direct superior. Then we have periodic reviews, frequent one-to-one reviews, and आपका sharing feedback, alter the course of action if required, and act as a major intrinsic motivation factor also. The advantage is involve a deeply participative approach in individual goal setting, substantially increase the intrinsic motivational level, create atmosphere of healthy or metric driven competition, provide highly objective appraisal methods, identify operational problems early, and highly effective आपका diagnostic tool for identifying exact training need in others. But when it comes to the drawback, so concentrate purely on end result and completely ignore the behavioral process may lead to unhealthy or zero sum competition among the employees, can create आपका tense conflicting situation during the joint goal, and sometimes result in employee intentionally setting soft target or lower goal so they can easily achieve them. So eventually it is आपका hampering the overall output of the organization. Human assets accounting. So here basically human capital ROI. Employee are treated as human capital. Money estimate are attracted to the value of an organization, personal and external goodwill. Principle is like any asset, trained and experienced human asset depreciate when they leave when they leave, and appreciate when they join the organization. So it is something आपका like if we are investing this much of like monthly cost to company C2C of a person is 1 lakh, so how much it is contributing to organization? It should be greater than equal to 1 lakh. When trained and experienced people joining the organization, it will increase the value of the organization. When they are leaving, they'll be reduce the value of this one. So casual variables, the structural input include overreaching management policies, corporate strategies, and specific employee skills. Then we have intervening the variables. The cultural output include employee loyalty, attitude, baseline motivation levels, and others. BARS is another area. So behaviorally anchors rating scale. It is all about the areas which we generally include. Identify the effective and ineffective job behaviors to prescribe the performance measure. So basically we are deciding what work for the organization, and the areas of right, the behaviors which we require to perform a job. Convert these job behavior into a set of performance dimension, then evaluate how people are working according to them, right? Job expert evaluate these dimension keeping view of job description and critical incidents. Rate आपका job expert rate the behavior, describe the incident as how effectively or ineffectively it represent the performance. Then anchor a subset to the incident is used as behavioral anchor for the each identified dimension. So basically what we are doing, we are like what work in a job or like what is the prerequisite of a job, what is required to perform a job, and how that person generally perform according to those pre set areas, right? 360 degree, that is again very famous nowadays. So basically here employee, they we are generally taking feedback from each and every stakeholders, right? So employee self appraisal is also there. Superior and seniors, they are rating that person. Colleague also rating that person. Subordinate customers also sometime, and supplier also. So based on the ratings of all these, so we are trying to reduce any sort of biasness in the system. So 360-degree refer a full circle. The employee is rated by people who are affected by their performance and have adequate knowledge of the working. It minimizes the human biases and highly common in service industry like banking also. So basically we are trying to evaluate that person, and we are evaluating that person based on the interaction of that person with different stakeholders, and accordingly we are making the judgment, right? So that we do not miss anything, or any we ignore all the biases. Then 720-degree, this is just double of 360-degree. So first we are doing the 360-degree, then we are providing the feedback and guidance, then another 360-degree. So like here basically 360-degree, then आपका proper feedback and guidance are given to ensure the employee achieve the target. Then we are, based on this particular one, we are assessing that particular person, how that person adopted that feedbacks and all, right? So consider all round appraisals introduced because previous method did not guide the employees. After the appraisal, it literally twice the 360-degree performance appraisal itself. The one another आपका way to appraise the people itself. Correct, guys? Done it? Okay, chalo. Now next one we have performance management, review to counseling. So first आपका performance reviews uh, with the help of these different tool. So appraising of performance during a specified period, frequent intervals, आपका instant feedback, mediation reviews. Preparation is required for the appraiser to break from the routine, study previous goal, quarterly report in this. Then giving feedback, an art of requiring a congenial environment, must be subjective, suggestive in the nature, not judgmental, and focus on the training and development need. The ultimate aim is to improve the appraiser, never to merely आपका criticize. Then आपका counseling. Counseling is basically required when performance fall much below the expected level. So now how to get over from that particular situation, how to improve the performance. So recognize the problem first, then आपका helping the employee to realize the problem. Third, managing the problem. The purpose is to communicate expectations, understand the areas of concern, and remove the hurdles. So that is something which generally comes under this one. So interview, prerequisite for the interview, the venue must be appraisee's place आपका, or a natural place where they are very familiar, right? Do's at the time of constructive execution, encourage the employee to do the maximum talking, clear actionable language, praise achievements, adopt problem solving approach, adopt the role of listener and as a senior colleague, ask for their opinion and to improve the situation. Don'ts में आपका destructive mechanics, do not get personal or use negative sentence that affect the employee directly. Do not compare the employee performance with others. Do not use the vague language or highly charged emotional language. Never adopt judgmental role and stand without providing reasoning and support evidence आपका behind it. Like whatever suggestion you are giving that particular person, so accordingly you have to provide the way also. Counseling, so it is आपका to advise in HR performance context, advising employee to on performance, behavior and disciplinary issues. So basically it is when employees performance is going below the standards or expectations, so we counsel them, right? So understand the performance gap, realize areas of concern, take personal responsibility and improve the future performance. So the counseling, first one is recognizing, identifying the problem, helping employee to realize and accept the problem, and managing solving the problem. So these are the areas which are generally part of your counseling. To create a आपका non-threatening atmosphere, conductive, clearly communicate the purpose, specific and descriptive, no personality basically, ठीक है, focus on behavior or result, not on personality, avoid आपका personal attack, give straight clear feedback, seek employee point of view, guide and advise, so employee can self improve in that particular area itself, right? So that is something which generally comes under this particular one. Done. Okay, next one we have competence versus competency. So when it comes to these two areas, differences. So competence is आपका which is task oriented and competency is people oriented. So it focus on the result or outcome. It focus on person's behavior and attitude. It describe the feature of work and task as also a job performance. It constitute the various skills. It constitute various skills, knowledge, and attitude that are required to perform a particular job. It is not transferable in such as much as each skills and knowledge level is more specific to perform a particular job. It assessed by the performance on a particular job. It is task oriented. Competency, it focus on the person's behavior and attitude. It describe the trait and attribute of a person's आपका concern. It constitute the underlying attributes of the concerned person for the superior work. It easily transferable from one person to another. It assess the term of behavior and attitude. It is a people oriented. The competence versus आपका competency. Okay. So this is something which is also bit important from this particular area. Now the next one which we have, this is visible here, just a minute. So competency mapping. So we have areas like post performance based approach, which is behavioral focus. Identify the position to be mapped. Identify outstanding performance versus average or below average. Interview both group using behavioral event interviews. Generate a list of competencies needed from outstanding group and not needed from the average group. Then job focus approach, task focused, center on the task role or job profile of the incumbents, understand the purpose of the job, administer a position information, questionnaires asking incumbent to list the task, map each accountability or a major task to the concerned job, derive from derive required आपका competencies and others. So basically how we develop the competency mapping in the organization. Then we have your next one. Okay, assessment centers. So when it comes to assessment centers, usually for the assessment of employees, like as we have the assessment in this CDS exam and others, na same. We are generally checking the behavior of a person, how person is behaving in different situation, and accordingly we are fixing the job fit and others, कि that person is suitable for that job or the areas of improvements and others which we generally get from this particular one. The assessment center structure tool of assessing the competence of a people, a variety of testing techniques under the standardized condition, allow candidate to demonstrate skills, abilities, and behavior in most essential for a success of specific job itself. The feature is आपका multiple performance related exercise that simulate the real work situation. Candidate react or perform in situation resembling actual job demands. Performance is observed and evaluated multiple assessors or observers, designed to measure how candidate would handle the real situation in others. So basically what we are doing here, we are generally judging a person, we are generally creating an environment. In that environment we are asking them to perform some job, so we are giving them different tasks. So based on their behavior during those different tasks, we are uh, we are having some sort of observation, and accordingly we are helping them to improvise wherever we are facing some sort of deficiencies. Behavioral event interviews are also the another tool, right? So when it comes to this, it is used mostly for the competency based things. Like let's say if we need a person uh, for a technology expert or experts in risk management and others, we are simulating their task, what you have done in past, and if you have to do in this circumstances, how you'll do it. So they are this is again a kind of a simulation we are running, and based on their, we are judging their ability to perform that things or not, right? So structured interview techniques use collect detailed information about the past behavior. Past behavior is best predictor of the future based on the open-ended questions the that require the interview to describe the real past experiences. Focus on specific incident that demonstrate ability to perform. The heart of the job competency assessment provide आपका richest, most credible data on competence, goes beyond what people say or think they do, uncover what they actually did in the real situation, reveal motive, skills, knowledge, and behavior behind their actions and all. So that generally comes under this particular one. Okay, chalo. Now let's practice some question, guys. So competency mapping in ensuring आपका right person for right job by aligning the employee skills, job requirements in this. Performance management system in bank are primarily designed to eliminate non-performing employees. No, it is not like, it is like so we can identify the deficiencies and we can improvise. It is not like that ki we are just eliminating them. So employee life cycle management includes stages such as attrition, recruitment, onboarding, development, retention, separation, advocacy. True है. When it comes to outsourcing and use of contingent workers are considered irrelevant in modern HR. No, it is not irrelevant. Yeah, many organizations they are going for this one. Bank also. Effective training system in bank are increasingly shifting from the traditional instruction based training to your continuous learning. Yes, to 135. 135 means option A only will be right answer for this particular one. Correct, guys? Very good. So second one was wrong. Performance management aim at identifying the performer versus non-performers and improving underperformers. Fourth one is outsourcing and contingent workers planning are important staff in the modern HR strategies. So performance appraisal is solely tool for deciding promotion and financial reward. It is a tool, but it is not the. These are not only based on this. Performance appraisal is only a tool for deciding. It can be used for other perspective also, not training requirements and all. According to Hale, according to Hale, performance appraisal include evaluating qualification in job and requirement for administrative decision. Filippo आपका companies have choices on whether appraise or not. No, they do not have choices. They do not have choices, but they have choices around the methods. Performance appraisal also serve as identify areas of improvements and growth. Munappa and Siadin, uh, they emphasize the employees are uninterested in knowing about their position. They are more interested in आपका knowing about their position. So 2 and 4 again. So option A will be right answer for this particular one. There was some questions left in the previous one. Just allow me 1 minute. I'll complete those. Otherwise, they'll miss this way. So this. Okay. So, which of the following statement regarding the performance appraisal method are correct? So, force distribution method employee performance is generally assumed to follow a normal distribution pattern. Bars combine the quantitative rating with specific behavioral examples linked to performance dimension. Under the critical incident methods, superiors record only negative incident. No, it is आपका incidences, but not only negative आपका, right? So this we record negative and positive and how they impact the overall one. Assessment centers commonly use role play. आपका then we have leaders group discussion and in basket exercise to the evaluate managerial potential. Management by objective primarily emphasis on scary and confidential evaluation of top management without employee participation. 1 2 4 means आपका option D will be right answer for this particular one. Correct, guys? Next one. Just a minute. MBO is participative in nature, involve joint goal आपका. Critical incident आपका both effective and ineffective behaviors. Next one. Modern performance appraisal system. So in 360-degree appraisal system, feedback from the external stakeholders such as customers and this may consider yes. The second one is one major limitation of multi-score appraisal system is possibility of bias or inconsistency among the uncertain evaluators. Force ranking and 360 appraisal are both rarely exclusively on the peer evaluation. They rely exclusively on peer. No, we have people from the others also. Other stakeholders also participate. Modern appraisal systems are increasingly used not only for performance measurement but also for leadership development and behavioral assessment. Confidentiality concern and fear of retaliation may reduce upper effectiveness of upward feedback in the organization with weak upper trust culture. True. 1 2 4 5. 1 2 4 5 means option C will be right answer. So the only incorrect statement is force ranking compare employee against each others. 360-degree आपका where we generally take feedback from all. Right. Just a minute. Now next one, guys. Traditional method of performance appraisal. You guys done with your dinner also? Srikant sir, Durgesh sir, Ramanji sir, Shruti ma'am. Side by side, you can have your dinner also, huh? Because you guys have to wake up early in the morning and the office stuff also. So the straight ranking method allow for objective evaluation of employee based on the quantitative metrics. No, it is straight ranking. We do not have quantitative metrics. The grading methods employ continuous numerical scale. No, this is also wrong. Graphic or linear ratings, each trait is assumed to be equally important across the job role. This is correct. Group appraisal methods reduce the individual bias by involving multiple evaluator. True है. Forced distribution method allow appraiser to describe employee freely without any constraint. No, this is wrong because they do not have choices. They just have to answer the question. 3 and 4. 3 and 4 means option B will be right answer for this particular one. Correct, guys? Next one. Consider the following statement regarding performance appraisal method, performance appraisal methods, and you have to find out the correct one. Srikant sir, you can have side by side, no worries. Huh? Chalo. Now, when it comes to this, your performance appraisal methods, and you have to find out the correct one. So, assessment centers use only written आपका psychometric test to evaluate candidate. No, apart from psychometric test also we use like behavioral interviews or आपका the normal reasoning ability or their decision making and all. So that is wrong. MBO emphasis joint goal setting, periodic performance reviews and feedback based in motivation. True है. Human asset accounting employee performance as individual measure rather than the it is आपका collective, it should be reverse. Behavioral anchored आपका rating scale bars develop performance dimension based on the identified job behaviors and use आपका incident from the behavioral anchors. Yes. The next one आपका 360 degree appraisal involve feedback only from superior. Wrong. 720 degree आपका essentially double the 360 degree adding post appraisal feedback. MBO main advantages is आपका main disadvantages is it's complete disregard the result. No, it is result oriented only, right? So 246 means option A should be right answer for this. Very good, guys. So option A. The first one was incorrect. Assessment center use variety of tool including group discussion, आपका basket exercise, business game and others. Human asset accounting does not measure individual performance. It evaluates the collective human capital of the organization. Then आपका 360 degree multiple. MBO disadvantages is it is too result oriented, right? So everything we are आपका talking around the result only. Next one. The statement about the performance appraisal system and confidential report. So confidential report system encourages open dialogue and timely feedback between superior and आपका employees. So confidential report आपका they do not encourage these kind of things. This should be wrong na. Halo effect आपका refer to tendency of rating employees strictly according to only their most recent behavior. No, this is आपका recency. Halo effect is basically when we are आपका rating a person based on one positive आपका character skills. Horn effect is just opposite of this. In Horn effect, what happened? We rate a person based on one negative character skills. So halo effect is about that. Good performance appraisal system must discriminate clearly between high and low and provide opportunity for self-appraisal. Yes. The next one, आपका leniency errors occurs when appraiser rate all employees constantly lower than the actual. It is not leniency, it is आपका leniency errors occurs when appraiser rate all the employees constantly lower than the actual. It should be wrong, na? Transparency in employee involvement of goal setting is the key determination of this one. This is correct. So 3 and 5 means option D should be right answer. I'll go for the fourth statement. Leniency means rating आपका employee higher than they deserve. Okay, that is the case. And आपका first one, confidential report lack open dialogue and feedback. And आपका halo effect about letting one positive trait unduly influence the overall rating itself. So that's generally one positive characteristic which is generally impacting the overall areas. Counseling in performance management. Counseling in performance management. So counseling always occur after the appraisal interview, and giving feedback is fully complete. It is not like always. The appraiser should center criticism on the employee. This is also not suggested. The the appraiser should center criticism on the employee behavior rather than, oh sorry, this is correct, sorry. It is आपका criticism on the आपका behavior rather than the personality, right? This is true, sorry. An effective counseling process involve offering आपका workable solution that employee cannot initiate, that employee can initiate आपका by own. This is also wrong. Average performer in Indian organization are often subjective to immediate termination. No. Successful counseling relies heavily on the appraiser's ability to listen actively and objectively without prejudice. 2 and 5. 2 and 5 means option B will be right answer for this particular question. Correct, guys? Not D, option B. The first one is incorrect. Counseling may take place along with the appraisal interviews. The another one is the appraiser should offer workable solution, then the employee can initiate आपका for the improvement by own, right? That is the case. The next one we have your fourth one. Indian organization generally do not terminate average, even no organization, आपका there is no type of organization who terminate people on the average performance and all. Otherwise there will be huge problem, right? Mano sir, you will get from the module A, and like it, they are totally depend on your concept actually. ठीक है? So when it comes to the, they'll mention after decimal if there is any question आपका having 2 digit after the decimal or 3 digit 4 digit, and like it completely depend on concepts, okay? If you answer this one but with options we get some sort of elimination आपका, but there you will not get any kind of things. So after the calculation only module A especially you will face this particular issue, or in BFM or ABFM also. So it is totally depend on your concept, sir. So behavioral event interview and incorrect statement. So BEI primarily focus on gathering interviews, participation, perception, and belief about their skills rather than the actual past. It is more toward to the past. They believe that past is a better like the present, which will reflect based on the past experiences. Star techniques used in BI, which is situation, task, result. This is true. Then next one, please do remember this one. Huh? I guess we missed this one from there. BEI shares similarities with the critical incident techniques when used for the competency identification. True है. The another one आपका one limitation of BEI, that no adequately assess specialized knowledge required managerial decision making. This is also true, right? We do not have to focus on the past, because every like this is, there is no kind of a pre-preparation for the interview. Like, so my interviewer's subjective interpretation for the responses in BI can introduce biases due to varying expertise level. Yes. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3. Okay, we have to find out incorrect means one, only one, A or B. What you are saying, B. 4 is one limitation of BEI, that it may not adequately assess the specialized knowledge required for the managerial decision making. One limitation of BEI is that it may not adequately assess specialized knowledge. This is true, na? This is like, it is something ki, like, let's say a person is who is observer. We do not have defined ki what आपका skill set is required in this. This is not about this. This is about the person to whom we are observing. All elements of this theory is around the आपका this candidate आपका, not about this. ठीक है? So incorrect answer. Option A should be right answer then, na? Option A only should be a right answer. If you guys saying 1 and 4 are incorrect, so 4 should be right. One limitation of this is not adequately assess the specialized knowledge required for a managerial decision. Okay, we'll check this one. Okay, so it focus on this, not this. The other statement are correct. Star and BI critical this, and it does not have limitation assessing the specialized knowledge, and interviewer bias can affect the interpretation. Okay, guys, everyone. Next question. Okay, next one. No worries, sir. Second last unit only. So we have the last unit is very small. This is the only last. Just understand, this is the last one. Conflict management and negotiation, right? So conflict management and negotiation. Now here, this is all about the conflict aapka, right? Very small unit. So when it comes to your conflict aapka, the conflict is basically, what is conflict? Conflict is clash of idea, right? So when two people, they aapka interact with each others having different or diverse background, so that will create some sort of aapka problem. Okay? So that clash, like A is talking about ki this is the right way, B is saying this is the right way. So both having different perspective about the same job, so they'll start fighting with each other. So that is called your conflict, right? So the clash of ideas basically, and differentiation in opinions. The conflict. Now when it comes to conflict management, like modern organization, they generally see conflict as a natural part of the workplaces, right? So it is like ki conflict, we generally believe ki conflict is a positive force if it is well managed or balanced, right? So we can gain from the conflict. So traditional view was all about ki conflict is inherently negative and it should be suppressed. But modern organization, they generally believe ki conflict is a positive force if it is आपका managed, well managed. How come? If, like, let's say those two parties which were conflicting for a process, so if we have a negotiator, mostly these are the leaders, if they negotiate them, listen both the parties, and create a collaborative आपका environment, win-win situation. So what we can achieve? We can achieve आपका, let's say we found a new process after merging the both viewpoints or ideas around that particular one. So for innovation, conflict, आपका that conflict is must. Like many organize, what we are doing in case of conflict stage, we are challenging the existing आपका processes or belief system. So if we have a proper team who is managing those particular one, so it can help us to increase the overall areas, right? So that is something what is aapka conflict. So we have traditional view, and traditional view, when it comes to, it was like conflict is always negative and it should be suppressed. It is inherently negative. Like let's say if there's a leader who is directing the subordinate, if subordinate is coming up with some ideas, they are saying no, we are the boss and you have to do this way, this job by this way, right? Your ideas are not entered in here. So that is आपका, they are clearly that is a case of avoiding, we are avoiding the other party आपका, right? So there is always a win, or that win goes to manager. The another, that is something key negative and harmful source of dysfunction and inefficiency. Avoidance and suppression is the core. Blame on individual or group causing this subordinate bichara. आपका one dimensional, that is, it is a problematic things. Minimize the disagreement and आपका often ignored and seen as a source of conflict. When it comes to today's view, the modern view about the conflict, so conflict is natural and inevitable part of human interaction. When two people will interact, there will be conflict. Potential for positive outcome if it is well managed. Constructive engagement, understanding the process and underlying cause. Multi-dimensional and including emotional and cognitive aspect. Open communication, negotiation and collaboration. Value and seen as contributing to the constructive conflict, to constructive conflict आपका, right? So like most of the innovations, all the innovation kind of what we can say, they are driven by the आपका they are mostly driven by the conflicting ideas. If like let's say we have a set process, if someone is challenging that particular idea, means if that idea is genuine, that will help us to grow, right? So in organization, we can have task related conflict, involve dispute related to work, detail, and the goal. Relationship oriented, trust, productivity, commitments. Value conflict, आपका value system, ठीक है, mutual understanding and आपका dialogue. Approach avoidance, आपका ठीक है, approach avoidance is basically it is involve आपका wanting to approach a goal but wanting to avoid due to mixed positive and negative feeling. Intra role आपका ठीक है, so arising from the contradictory expectations within the same role. Inter role आपका due to conflicting demand of multiple role played आपका simultaneously. So these are the areas what we generally face in the organization. So mostly three areas. One is task oriented, another one is relationship oriented, and third one is value. So task oriented, differences based on the work detail, goal, employees in this. Dispute over the resource allocation policies in this. Relationship oriented, disagreement, disrespect or rumors. Value oriented, deeply held personal belief clashing the workplace. Like one person is having a different value system, another one is having a different one from both आपका, like the cultural differences and all, right? So that creates some sort of chaos at workplace. That chaos is known as your conflict, right? Now when it comes to the stages, this is also life cycle, 5 phases of conflict, bit important, huh? So it is आपका prudence stage, ठीक है, the underlying factors that create potential for the conflict. Two personality from different background or contrasting personalities and others. So that is a prudence stage. If you are keeping them in same team, that both know कि like whenever they'll interact, there are high chances of conflict. Trigger आपका phase, ठीक है, now you have put both in the same team. Now specific event that spark a conflict. No conflict arise on its own without a catalyst. Then time, conflict officially begin. आपका warning alarms manifest as a heated argument and verbal disagreement. Then आपका differentiation phase. Individual actively voice their differences against each others. Specific reason for the conflict and आपका defend. Then finally resolution, where we आपका exploration of the opinion to reconcile and compromise. The active attempt to sort out the differences through the conversation. So overall, the journey of conflict, how we generally deal with this particular one in 5 different APA stages and all, right? Now when it comes to the conflict resolution team. So like conflict is positive, it positive or it can be constructive then only when we have a proper team to handle that particular one. Means we need a leader who can handle, who can manage that kind of things. So resolution overview: conflict can cause negative emotion, hurt, disappointment, discomfort. Poor handling lead to resentment and broken relationship. Like these two people, though those who are fighting for a process, they'll become enemy in the organization if no one will resolve their conflict, right? So, importance of managing conflict should not be avoided, but it is resolved constructively. We are listening both the parties and we are finding the positive point and we are building a new process. We are growing. So, and these they remain our friend, right? That is something we are trying to create a win-win situation. Collaboration. It's management responsibility to address the conflict. Conflict resolution is a skill that can learn and improve. Proper handling can now turn conflict into opportunities for growth and creativity. So, steps आपका listen, talk, and resolve. They are generally part of this particular. The 5 step of conflict resolution: find the source of conflict, the reason. Then आपका look beyond, focus on the root cause. Take suggestions for solution from the conflicting parties. Identify the acceptable solution and the final agreement. Ensure both parties agrees on solution. Define action and timeline if needed. Aim for a mutual acceptance and closure. But आपका but if this does not work, then we follow the आपका BETNA approach. ठीक है? The full form of BETNA is get asked many times, or the other things also. So best alternative to a negotiated agreements. ठीक है? When parties are not aligning with that plan A, what we have done during the negotiation, then what is plan B? This is the B, BETNA. Best alternative to negotiated agreement. The most adventurous alternative course of action a party can take if negotiation fail and an agreement cannot be reached. Yeah. Like let's say both the parties are not agreeing on that one thing. So what we can do? We can fire one if that person is wrong and he's not accepting thing. That can be one BETNA, but it can be other also. We can transfer one person or both the person to different team, right? Again, that is the case. So a skilled negotiators enter the discussion with BETNA in mind. Furthermore, determining the opponent BETNA provide up a critical insight, revealing the opportunities in this. The golden rule is try to create win-win. So effective negotiation is a two-way process, creating a healthy balance between giving and getting. Both parties are this is very basic one. Now, one another or most important thing when it comes to your conflict management, so theories we have only a model, and this is very famous one. Wherever you will study the conflict things, you'll definitely study Thomas and Kilman conflict resolution model. So as per this, we have आपका 5 approaches or 5 style to manage the conflict based on the assertiveness and आपका cooperativeness, right? The first one is avoiding. The first one is avoiding. So avoiding is basically where both assertiveness and cooperation is आपका at least. Trying to ignore or sidestep the conflict. This is kind of that traditional view, suppression. ठीक है? So that is the case. The opposite of आपका avoiding is your accommodating. ठीक है? So when it comes to accommodating, cooperativeness is very high in this case. Means manager is or leader is giving up their आपका goal, and the subordinate they are acting according to the subordinate suggestion, taking step to satisfy the other party's demand and expense on their own need. And then we have competing. It is similar to your avoiding. It's a win lose situation. Take one party, it is also known as win lose. One party is winning, another party is losing. Compromise, the middle one, it's a lose-lose situation. Basically both the parties are losing something. Collaborating, this is the आपका goal. Every conflict management want a win-win situation. That is collaboration. Finding a solution that entirely satisfies the upper concern of all involved parties, win-win problem solving. So basically, what we want this, but it can be compromising this depend on the situation and context also. So Ralph Kilman and Thomas, they generally come up with this particular idea, and this is bit important. Please do remember this one. Tomorrow we will be targeting module C. Module C, I have scheduled two sessions. We'll try ki in one stretch only we will cover maximum. But like if it will require आपका another session also, no worries. ठीक है? C and D is something which is highly scoring. ठीक है? Where आपका things are related to our credit management or things, or the another part is the compliances and all, and many things get repeated in that one. So scoring, highly scoring. So conflict and select the right one. So what will be your correct answer? Shruti ma'am is saying A. Ramanji sir is also A. So conflict is always a negative phenomena. Wrong hai. So modern management which believe conflict is constructive. The next one is conflict arise due to differences in value, opinion, need, interest, sometimes perception also. Yes. Conflict is solely a physical struggle between opposite parties without psychology. It is psychological also. People psychology, they develop some psychology. This person is negative or this person is opposite of me and all kind of things, right? An open-minded positive approach can facilitate the healthy management of workplace. Flight or fight are the most common response. No, that is a kind of you fight and whoever will win, that is the right one. So wrong. So option A will be right answer for this particular one. Correct, guys? Next one, organizational conflict and type of intrapersonal conflict. So task conflict typically involve dispute over the personal value and the belief affecting the work dimension. Task conflict is not personal. It is this should be wrong, right? The second one is your relationship conflict, employee productivity, trust, and personal disagreement. Yes. Value conflict आपका resolved by imposing no. Organizational policies will not help in case of value conflict. That is something which is personal to the people, right? Approach आपका avoidance conflict occur when individuals simultaneously desire and fear. Yes. The next one is your role conflict when contradictory expectation exists and role. True hai. The next one is your withdrawal is a defense mechanism used by the frustrated individual to confront the barriers आपका aggressively. Withdrawal is not a आपका aggressive one. ठीक है? So aggressive, there is no confront aggressiveness in this case. This should be wrong. Inter role conflict refer to incompatibility between two or more role. This is also true, right? What you guys suggesting, C or A? It is upper 2, 4, 5, 7. Do we have 2, 4, 5, 7? 2, 4, 5, 7. I'll also go with option C. Yes, option C should be right answer for this one. Yes. The first one, task conflict involve dispute related to work detail and goal, and value conflict addressed to mutual understanding. Force will not help in this case. Withdrawal is avoiding or backing away from the barriers. It is not an aggressive way, right? So that's why it is the right one. Corrected. Next one, guys. So workplace conflict, resistance to change is often due to employee fear of management, ability to manage the change effectively. Yes, true है. The people, if they do not believe in management ki this change will work or not, so that has create some sort of resistance. True है. Poor communication primarily cause conflict by increasing the workload. No, workload is not related to communication. Personality clash occur when there is incompatibility in value, attitude, and the problem solving. This should be correct. Next one is your manager who listen only one side. This is आपका displaying the bias. Yes. Conflict rarely arise from the employee need to feel respected or this. These are the core reason. We want to feel respected in front of others. If they are going against, we will arise the conflict. So conflict will take birth. 134. 134 means option A will be right answer for this particular one. Correct, guys? Very good. Next one. Conflict resolution, concept and strategies. So an individual using avoiding style help that conflict will resolve itself over time without direct engagement. If you are using avoiding आपका, that is means you are believing कि this will the problem will solve automatically. True है. Collaborating आपका win-win. High level of both assertiveness and cooperativeness. True है. Holding on to unresolved past issues impair the ability to assess or resolve the present conflict effectively. Holding on to unresolved past issues impair. This is also true. The accommodating approach prioritize one's own need over the आपका to achieve the others. Accommodating prioritize the one's own need over the others. No, it should be reverse. आपका this should be wrong. Uh, Identifying mutually acceptable solution require active listening and awareness of the organizational benefit, not just the individual preferences. Yes. 1235 means option B will be right answer for this particular one. Very good, guys. Next one. Which of the following statement about the negotiation and conflict resolution? Negotiation and conflict resolution are correct. Using power-based approaches such as threat and punishment typically lead to sustainable long-term conflict resolution. No. Effective conflict negotiation require balancing both interest-based approach and power-based dynamic depending on the situation. Active listening in negotiation only involve hearing the other party word without needing to reaffirm or clarity. No. Negotiators' BATNA is crucial not only for their own strategy but also anticipating the opposing party's fallback option. This is true. Maintaining आपका impartiality during the conflict means always supporting friend. No. Impartiality in this. 2 and 4. 2 and 4 means option A will be right answer for this particular one. Very good, guys. Next one. Okay. Now the last unit, which is HRM and information technology. So nowadays, like HRM also, which is using the information technology, like we have a portal called HRMS. So so every bank आपका they have HRMS, their own HRMS. So basically these softwares which is helping them like for everything. Okay, they are tracking their employees. If they have to generate any report about their employees, or if any, like in private organization, let's say how many people they have visited for job, so they are collecting that data whenever they are having requirements, so they are easily approaching those particular people and all. And MIS, or kind of this HRIS, a system which is, or information system, which is generally filtering out that data also. Okay, like let's say 1 lakh applicant who apply for a job, we need 30 people. So it will filter out those who have skill set according to the requirements, or many other ways also. Okay? Or even this is user friendly. Every employee is having their own access, so they can go through areas, they can update their information, they can apply for the leave or the many other benefits. So whatever activities we have read so far with the 5 unit, all those particular activities are HR team basically they are using this system oriented things आपका they are using the systems, and they are kind of like with the help of the system they are generally like we are trying to smooth that overall activities, right? So here we have HRMS, HRIS, both are kind of same nowadays, right? EHRM, the entire integration, knowledge management, technology, analytics from the big data. We are refining the data, and we are using the data which is for the organizational purpose, right? So role of information technology in strategic HRM. So technology and HRM are closely interconnected. IT help आपका modernize HR process to create knowledge-based organization. Internet, social media, and mobile communication enable the organization to improve internal processes, competencies, and global reach. IT has transformed HR thus, so the benefit HR professional must adopt the environmental changes and update the traditional practices. Technology support key HR goal like attracting, motivating, and retaining the talent. Like they can send the messages. Like let's say that there's a person who have working from last 10 years, so they'll send a work anniversary to the entire team, or the birthday notifications, or all many kind of things आपका which can be done, or the top performers आपका, or individually also in every field, whatever we have read so far, recruitment, that HRP to your succession planning, everything is managed online. IT improve the efficiency by reducing the administrative cost also, increasing productivity. It is आपका widely used in recruitment, data management, employee data management, training, analytics, and all, and the other areas, right? So here we have HRIS, human resource information system. It keep all the information and data about the human beings in the organization. So like employee portals, which include workflows and communication, means like who is your immediate superior or the overall chain of command. Then and आपका the communication also, performance management, application tracking, time and attendance, आपका demographic and compensation, benefit and reporting. So it work on automation team, automate routine tasks, allowing HR to focus on the strategic goal. Decision आपका facilitate timely and accurate decision making, promotion in this. Connectivity, provide a single integrated database offering a structure connectivity across unit. Compliances, आपका supply data and submit the written to the government also about the PF and other kind of things and others which generally comes under this. The enhanced version is HRMS, which we use nowadays. HRIS is get integrated with HRMS nowadays. It is like basically all the things the employee requirement, a software which suit that combine system and process to connect the human resource management and technology. It free up valuable employees from the repetitive tasks, shifting focus on culture, retention, and highly impactful areas. So all the employee related tasks like managing payroll, recruitment, onboarding, after gathering, storing employee information, attendance, performance, benefit administration, learning management, employee self-service, all the tools which are available in our HRMS portal, right? So you can like, or even these tool also you can fill by yourself. Okay, anything, any requirements. The benefit to the organization, आपका fluttering bureaucracy put clerical tasks back to आपका self service, security, customization and automation. The differences between these two: HRIS primarily designed to attract the numerical data. It is more robust, deal with the HRIS data and आपका non-quantitative information also. Employee schedule, SSN policies and others. It add on आपका onboarding, employee satisfaction, job performance. It is reporting this. Apart from this, IT and HR management technology this. So while sometime we use आपका synonymously or आपका rebranded as SCM, human capital management. HRMS is historically the more complete, automated and analytical software suite, which we use for the employee management. EHRM, when it comes to EHRM, the planning, implementation, application of information technology for both networking and supporting a latest two individual or collective actors in their shared APA performance performing of HR activities. That is something called EHRM. So transformational EHRM, strategic HR executive, knowledge management and strategic reorientation to achieve the organizational goal. Relation oriented, known as social EHRM, supporting business process training, recruitment, selection and all. Operational, आपका all administrative related tasks आपका which are generally part of this particular one. Okay, so transformational EHRM, and then we have relational and operational. Transformational, strategic oriented, aligned with organizational goal. Relation, the basically interaction, human interaction, bureaucracy, overall organization things. Operational आपका administrative task like payroll, employee personal data and other things which generally comes under this particular one. So EHRM, when it comes to EHRM activities, it is आपका it is around e-recruitments, online recruitments, using the different website, so we can have the maximum reach and we can attract the best talent. E-compensation, online compensation management, gather, store and analyze the distributed data. E-selection आपका ensuring online step comply with the procedural requirements, maximize the human capital utilization. Then we have आपका e-performance management and e-learning. So these are the elements of your EHRM. And guys, next one, HR research or problem solving. HR research is, or analytics is basically like we have available data and how we are using that data for, so that we can make sure ki we have right person at right place or the other function. HR research is a systematic tool used to evaluate HR practices or the existing system, the existing HR system. This is kind of a audit of existing HR system, sorry, offering detailed analysis on the current development using real life case studies and statistical rigors. So statistical approach, a researcher generates statistical standards from the existing record to evaluate the activities, help discover the smallest of errors. Comparative आपका approach, the another one, the research team directly compare its organization with the another one. Poor performance, we can find out those areas for the improvement. Outside authority approach relies on the expertise of the consultants or आपका published research record as the standard of activity performance evaluation. Compliance approach, use sample from HRIS to look for the deviation from law, checking the organization is compiling with the company's policy and legal environment or not. Right. Next one. Okay. Next one, we have knowledge management. So knowledge management is a process of creating, identifying, managing structuring the knowledge it can be effectively used for employee and team. So what knowledge we have, like we have different peoples or the other one, so we are generally keeping that all knowledge, the database and everything, so wherever we require we can use that particular one in best way. So knowledge management success is assessed through the five core pillars. People build individual ability to share and influence others with their knowledge. Process establish best practices and governance for efficient identification, dissemination, and आपका use the knowledge of these people. Technology, use technology and automation to capture, configure, and enable the knowledge. Structure, redesign organizational structure to support knowledge aware and cross collaborative work. Culture, create and sustain a knowledge sharing culture for the long term success of the organization. So here we have 8 steps in knowledge management implementation process. Establish objective, prepare for change, define high level process, determine technology, assess current stage, build implementation, implement, आपका measure and improve with the feedback things. And guys, HR analytics. So another one. So HR analytics is basically the available data we have. We are analyzing that particular one, and so that we can fulfill the requirements. So it is workforce analytics, people analytics, talent. In is the collection, analysis, and application of people orient related data to drive better HR practices, improve talent management, enhance employee experiences aligned with the overall goal. So it is a progressive organization business analytics, increasingly important for strategic decision making. Like let's say on the big data and advanced statistical method. HR is moving from the basic record keeping to आपका deeper predictive insight using technology. With HR analytics, manager can measure key metrics like employee engagement, turnover, absenteeism, skill gap, and alignment with the company goal. It enables HR to speak the language of business leader. Goal is to achieve आपका business objective quickly and if efficiently by turning HR data into actionable insight itself. So we have 3 areas of this for this. So big data, when it comes to big data, so we have volume, massive amount of data, variety, diverse, and we have high speed of data generation. So modern आपका tool like big data and AI, they will HR analytics will use this one. Internet things, big data analytics, and HR analytics and big data commonly we are making the right decision for the firm itself, right? So this is all about, so all the important subtopic we have gone through this, though even recently also we have read around these things. So, which of the following statement regarding knowledge management and its concept are correct? Tell me, guys. Come on, everyone. So, last topic, last practice. Explicit knowledge refer to knowledge that is easily codified, documented, shared through the structured format such as database and manuals. Correct? Tactic knowledge is fully structured and can be easily transmitted through the written communication. No. Tactic knowledge is basically informal, so it is not structured. Wrong hai. Knowledge management involves systematic process such as capturing, organizing, sharing in this. True hai. Knowledge intensive firms primarily rely on physical asset. No. It is आपका, they are brain based areas, innovation based, right? So the role of chief knowledge officer include facilitating knowledge sharing and ensuring effective utilization of organizational knowledge. In many organization nowadays, modern organization, they are having आपका CKO also, right? So 135 means option B will be right answer for this particular one. Correct, hai, guys? Next one. So information technology and human resource management. So information technology and human resource management, their interactions. IT has transformed HR from administrative function into strategic partners by enabling data-driven decision making. True है. Second one, the use of unified HR database ensure consistency and transparency, especially when आपका decentralized system operate across the location. Yes, as our bank work on decentralized system. HR आपका department should delay the adoption. No. Continuous innovation in IT have no major impact. It does. That's also wrong. Comprehensive human resource information system are essential to reduce the redundancy and ensure data integrity across the organization. The adoption of IT in HR enable compliances with statutory requirement and help identify biases in this. So 1256 means option D will be right answer for this particular one. Correct, guys? Very good. Well done. Next one. HR effectiveness in modern era depend partly on its ability to sustain strategic initiative over time. HR effectiveness in modern era depend on the ability to sustain strategic initiative. It can be true, right? Access, sorry, access to and interpretation of diverse data source, including non-traditional one like social media, can give organization an edge. That is also true, right? Interpretation in this source. This is also true. Third, HR database are designed to offer unrestricted access. No, we have आपका limited access. Familiarity with data storage and reporting enhance HR role to driving the decision across the organization. The core objective of HR database reporting tool is to support, no, it is आपका to facilitate the workflow on the areas. So 124 means option B. Yes, very good, guys. Next one, HRIS, and you have to find out the correct one. So which of the following statement is true about HRIS? So a major limitation of HRIS is lack of employee participation. No, employee participation is there. They only updating their data. HRIS enable organization to automate routine HR task, more strategic human आपका resources activities too है. Static employee data such as date of birth, date of joining require frequent update. No, they are kind of static. So once you love date of birth and others, joining is kind of a one-time thing. Access control to HRIS allow selective sharing of sensitive information like performance appraisals. Yes. HRIS support decision making by integrating traditional HR function, advanced data tools in this. The primary purpose of HRIS is to replace human judgment with automated. It cannot replace the human judgment. 245 means option A only will be right answer for this particular one. Correct, guys? Very good. Next one. Artificial intelligence in banking industry. Artificial intelligence in banking industry. Screen got blackout here. Ramaji sir, Srikant sir, Shruti ma'am, can you see my screen? It is fine क्या? For me it got black. Video not visible. Okay, just a minute. Huh? I'll reload from my side. I guess some issue. Okay, 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 yes. Server error. Just a minute, huh, guys? There is some issue आपका, like it happened in last session ना ma'am session, similar to that, because it is saying आपका error NIT server error token something, but it will work. Just allow me a minute. Srikant sir, Ramaji sir, can you hear me? If you guys can hear me, just Jhansi ma'am, can you hear me? You just mention hello. Other people also, guys. Okay, chalo, I'll complete this particular one. App it is not working. Huh. As there is some issue on the app. If you guys, those who are watching on app, na, so if you can hear me, can you please join on YouTube? I'm trying to add this particular one, but I guess there is some issue from the application only. This is the same issue which ma'am also faced आपका long back. Not visible. Suruthi ma'am, can you please join me on YouTube? If you can, like there it is, आपका working fine, I guess. This is only from the application side, huh? Yes. Thank you so much, Jhansi ma'am. Can you please join there, guys? Thank you so much. So, like when it comes to the remaining one, आपका, so which of the following statement regarding the artificial intelligence in banking industry are correct, right? So, like when we go for this one, AI system in banking can improve over time through the machine learnings as they process more data and refine the decision outcome. This is true. Just a minute, huh? Actually, I'm right. Okay, guys. So, like when it comes to this, I'm trying to connect that one on app also. Thank you so much, Hasi ma'am. Chalo. So, when it comes to the another one, we have left with practice only. Let's complete this. So, AI in banking is primarily limited to front office customer interaction. No, it is आपका it is helping in the other way also, right? Back office as well, right? Compliances. The robo advisory platform use algorithm-based model to provide the automated invested investment advice, and this one, yes, one of the key barriers to AI adoption in banking is the presence data silos and lack of integrated enterprise-wise data system also. The next one, AI-based fraud detection system can analyze the transaction pattern in real time, adopt आपका model uh, dynamically to emerge the threat. Yes. 1345. 1345 means option D should be right answer for this particular one. Actually, I'm trying to reconnect that one. Same message it is showing to me also. Just a minute. Huh? Okay, let's complete this particular one here. I'll try to fix this one. So next one is Human Resource Management System, HRMS. HRMS. So the HRMS software primarily focus on payroll and exclude employee self-service option. It include a self-service option. HRIS is subset of HRMS and generally deal with the tracking numericals and employee information. Automation through the HRMS can reduce the administrative burden on HR teams by enabling employee to update their own information. Yes. Selecting the HRMS require assessing both the technical feature of the software and the vendor customer service availability also. HRMS platform typically lacks security feature. No. Individual security ID password is there. So HRMS can integrate with external tool like document signing, calendars and all. Yes. One of the benefit of HRMS is the ability to send automated reminders. Yes. So means 23467. 23467 means option A only will be right answer for this particular one. Correct, guys? Very good. You can see me here, Srikant sir, and other people also. Shruti ma'am, thank you so much, guys. I actually there was some issue with that application only, I guess. I'll also leave from here. Class is also not getting end from my side. Next one, आपका. Which of the following statement about the EHRM and its component are correct? EHRM and its component are correct. So operational EHRM primarily deal with the strategic HR activities like knowledge management. This was operational. EHRM primarily deal with the operational. HRM is all about the administrative tasks, not related to this. E-selection process must ensure compliance with the procedural steps such as vendor selection, candidate feedback, and others. E-recruitment often use company website or third-party job portals to attract the candidate. E-performance management can involve using computer monitoring tools or web portals for the feedback generation. EHRM आपका limit role of administrative function, reducing its strategic reducing the strategic no, it increase आपका, right? So e-learnings facilitate training programs that can reach employee irrespective of their physical location. So 2, 3, 4, 6. 2, 3, 4, 6 means option B must be right answer for this. Ruthi ma'am, option B will be right answer for this particular one. Correct, guys? Everyone? Next one, HR research. So statement about the HR research are correct. So applied research mainly contribute to expanding the theoretical. No, applied is basically around the data or the decision making or the controversial issues. Um, the outside authority approach depend on expertise external to organization evaluate HR activities. Regular analysis of applicants and selected employee profile can reveal the biases in the recruitment process. Climate survey help verify whether HR policies are effectively reflected in organization or not. Yes. Statistical approach in HR research is primarily used to check the legal compliance and adherence to the company policy. So 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, no. Statistical approach in HR primarily used, sorry, it is not about the legal, it is analytic, right? 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4 means option C should be right answer for this particular. Very good, Shruti ma'am. So statement 1 is wrong. आपका HR research focus on the practical application and evaluating the performance. The fifth one, statistical approach is about detecting errors through the data standard. Compliance approach is around the legal and others, right? Knowledge management, the next one, guys. So knowledge management, and you have to find out the correct one. So knowledge management only involve the strong and distribution of explicit knowledge of the technology system. It is capture in other areas also part this culture and the many things. Culture of organization play a crucial role in enabling the pooling among this. This is correct. Third one is knowledge workers can be categorized into creator, handler, and processor. Yes. The next one is a successful knowledge management program can implement it without senior leadership. Leadership buy-in is important. So next one is your preparing for a cultural change necessary since traditional reward system often discourage आपका knowledge sharing. Yes. Next one core benefit of knowledge management is preventing brain drain by capturing the preserving organizational knowledge. True है. Seventh one is high employee attrition rate reduce the need for it increase the आपका requirement for knowledge management. Establishing short-term and long-term objective is an important step in the implementing knowledge management. The next one is standardized आपका documentation and process ensuring consistent knowledge transfer across the organization, yes. 2, 3, 5, 6. 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, 9. Option A only will be right answer for this particular question. Correct, guys? Next one. So the following statement are correct. HR analytics primarily focus on collecting employee personal information such as payroll and health benefit. HR in आपका analytics is not about, like, it is not just about this, it is about the interpretation, the outcome, right? So this is wrong. Big data is characterized only by large firms of data and does not consider the speed, variety. These are the other element. True, wrong here. Advanced analytic tool can process unstructured data, unlike traditional decision making support. Rely on this one. True here. The R programming language is open source for useful for analyzing the large unstructured HR data into the multiple sources. Yes, last time we discussed this. Business intelligence tool typically help answer question about the why certain trends are happening and predict the future. It is actually, this is not about that one. They are based on the instructions and other things are given in the past. So that will not help in this case. It should be wrong, right? 3 and 4. 3 and 4. What it is saying? And this is not a, mostly their answer is quantitative. This is kind of a qualitative question, right? So it should be wrong. So 3 and 4. 3 and 4 means I'll go with option D, right? So the statement 5 is wrong because business intelligence tool generally answer descriptive question, what happened, how many, while the analytical आपका answer why and this, what if the question in others areas, etc. Right? Next one. Okay, this is it. So this is all about your आपका ABM module B. So we have done with module A and module B. Just after the session, just allow me 10 minutes. I'll upload this PDF also. Module A PDF I have already uploaded on the application, so you can go for this. So tomorrow we will be targeting our tomorrow we will be targeting module C, which is all about credit risk management, okay? Credit risk and other areas. So we will be discussing around that particular one, and we will be try to complete that particular module tomorrow itself, right? So everyone, guys, thank you so much for joining this session. I hope you enjoy the practice. I hope you got these particular things. Now, as we are in exam week, so I'll suggest keep revising things up, right? And if you face any challenge or if you are having any doubt and queries also, so you can reach out for those particular. Now your only concern is ABM, just focus around this particular one, nothing else. Okay, so yes, first paper hai, and anyhow we have to score good in this particular one, and this is scoring also, right? And like if you score 65 plus, so that will help you in case if you require in some subject, so that will also help you in that area, right? Chalo. So this is it from my side, guys. Thank you for joining the session. Now I'll see you tomorrow at 7 p.m. with module C. आपका similar set of a similar type of discussion also. All right. So this is it. Bye bye. Take care all.